loading screen for while this is sitting here. It's apparently streaming on the OBS software, but error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, As such, viewers will experience buffering. Well, I mean, I don't know how to fix that. How do I open widget? Error, poor. Why? Why is YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming? As such, viewers will experience buffering. Why? The stream settings. We want low latency. Can I just change the settings while we're still going? I don't know. Stream settings. No, apparently not. So, it says low, but there's nothing I can do about it? Is that what? I don't know. I might have to bail on this and then reconnect. Oh, but there's someone in the chat. Hi DJ. You're in the chat, but I'm going to have to, cut this short and then start it again because... Yeah, okay, fine. It's apparently you've got some problem where you're buffering or something. Oh, wait. No. Now it's an excellent connection. So, yeah. I'm going to stay here then. Cheers. I've got nothing prepared, just randomly going live because I can. Because I have beer. And I've got a new camera and microphone set up. So let me know if it sounds okay. Thank you for joining in all the way from New Zealand. Have we... with the initials DJ, we share the same initials. Are we the same person from a different timeline? I don't know. It's hay fever season in Japan, and I am getting wrecked. Lighting, let's turn the lighting up a little bit there. I'm adjusting my chair. Always good to do this on camera. Super professional and all. Into the wastebasket. Welcome to the chat, everybody. There are 2 people here. DJ, tell me, what does the DJ stand for in your name, DJ, from New Zealand? I've got down over there where you can't see, there is the prize pack. I have put together a prize pack. I said I was going to do that for members that joined to help me get that YouTube promotion. I've actually put together 2 prize packs for you guys. One is Kei focused. There's a lot more stuff in that because I have a lot more Kei stuff because it's Garage Kei. The other one is non-Kei stuff. It's a smaller price pack, but I don't think I would be happy to get either personally. And I guess I'll introduce you to those a bit later on after I've had another beer or 2. Oh, there's more people. Cheers from Canada, from a fellow Alteza owner. Noticed you were live on my way to work, so thought I'd check it out for a minute. I'm having trouble reading. Today I'm drinking Sapporo Extra Draft. Extra Draft. It's fucking Extra Brew. It's pretty good. I was drinking Extra Draft a minute ago, or a few minutes ago, but now I've got Extra Brew. And it's not bad. I actually need to do a stubby holder highlights video for this one. I did one for the other one. Cheers. Yes, there is an Alteza prize pack. Yes. Should I get it now? Or should I just chill for a minute? Yo! Nostalgic Boy is in the house. How's it going, Subarm? How'd you end up in Japan and how long have you lived here? Yeah, okay, alright, I'll get to that in a minute. I'm just stoked there are so many people in the chat. 3 people in the chat, 3 people to talk to. Rad. What won't be in the prize pack is this. This was a present. Somebody sent me this one. I don't think it's ever been out of the packet before. It's a little Tomica Alteza in grey. And it's got the wing on top, which is sick. And then, yeah, there she is. It is heavy as shit, like a lot heavier than you would expect. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. But it's just too nice to take out of the packaging, if I'm perfectly honest. Let's put that back in there. I can enjoy it. I can enjoy just the box, knowing that this is inside. So I'm going to do that. And then I'll leave it in my will to somebody. Okay. Nostalgic Boy is just making a YouTube video right now himself. I hope you finish it soon, because I do enjoy your videos. Can you buy these? I don't know where this was purchased from, because as I said, it was a present. Obviously, you can buy them. I don't know if you can still buy them new. I don't really have any details on them. Should I go get the Alteza? I'll go get the Alteza prize pack. Let me just... I'm completely unprepared for this. I wasn't going to show these, but I'll do it. It's just here. So, let me just... So this is what... This is the preliminary. I have to make some stickers because I can't send out a prize pack without stickers, right? It just can't be done. So I need to do that before I even announce that this is what I'm doing. But what I have got is I've got this, which is, it's a little spinny thing, and you fill it full of numbered balls, and then you rotate it and it gives you a random number. So everyone that was a member, remember, this is only for the people that were members and helped me get that YouTube promotion. If you're not a member, you can't join this this giveaway. It's strictly for those people. So, sorry, that's just the way it is. The prize pack will include... Oof, my hair. Will include one of these, which is the Alteza Hot Wheels. There's one of those. There is a Initial D manga, the one that features the Alteza. There is, what is this? I forget what this is. This is an assault rifle from a capsule toy. This is, I forget. I have to open it. That's an 8.6 capsule toy, and this is... That is a Kenmary, I think, capsule toy. That's what I've got so far. I have to put stickers in it, and I'll have a look around a little bit more and see if I can throw anything else in there. I mean, just that. If you got that in the mail for free, if I got that in the mail for free, I'd be pretty stoked. So, yeah. Again, it's only for people who became a member and helped me get to that YouTube bonus. You know who you people are, you rad people. So that's the non-K. I think I need to do it so that you can choose whether you want to win this one or the other one, because it would kind of, I mean, work out cheaper for me if somebody won both, but it's kind of better if you win one or the other. So if you're a non-K person and one of the original... Well, actually, I don't think anyone has joined since that Yeah, I haven't had any new members join since. I'm not talking about subscribers, I'm talking about members. I don't think I've had any members join since that ended. It was January, when was it? November 11th? Wasn't November 11th. November 30th? January 13th? I can't remember, but I've already made a list of the people that are in the running to win this, and or the Kei bundle, which is quite a lot more, honestly. But I mean, considering the price of these things now, this is probably worth more. Oh, the unprofessionalism, having to leave the chair. All right, this beer is nearly done. Again, we're drinking Sapporo Extra Brew. This is not a paid sponsorship. However, it could be if they reach out. It's a good beer. One of the problems I have with the Sapporo brand or the Sapporo can is that nowhere on it does it actually say, this is fucking beer. They've got all this stuff about the kind of alcohol that's in it. Like it's made from hops and it's got corn in it, but it doesn't say beer. In Japan, they often make like hop liqueur, and it's not beer. And I'm allergic to that shit. I get sick if I drink that shit. So I only buy real beer. And I don't know if this is actually real beer or not. And I guess I'll find out if I get sick. Here's another one I prepared earlier. Good thing that. I need to get a mini fridge that I can just sort of move around. Yeah. This is... what I've got set up here is it's pretty elaborate, actually. There's a tripod over there, and the legs of the tripod are filled. I actually got the tripod from Nostalgic Boy from the chat. But yeah, that's right. The banner will be different. I just read that in the chat. Nostalgic Boy is giving a banner away as well, and I think I'll do that. So there'll be 3 prizes. I think everybody needs to go into the draw for the banner, though, not just 1/3 of the people. I think we'll go non-K people can get the Alteza stuff, and then the K people can get the K stuff. Everyone can go into the draw for the banner. Thank you very much, Subhan, for offering to do that and everything else you do. Yeah, what was I saying? The tripod. I actually got this tripod from Nostalgic Boy at some point, I think. I think I got it from you. Or I just found it while I was shopping with you. But the legs, like, I have to have a beam coming out off the top to put the... This is filmed on a phone. This is a phone. My old phone. I can't remember what it is. No, I don't remember what phone that is. But it's got a Docomo label on the back. Might be a Samsung. Anyway, I had to put a piece of aluminium from the top of the tripod as a boom arm to extend out to get it above my desk where I wanted it, right? There's a lot of weight on the end, and that makes the tripod fall over. So the legs of the tripod are actually full of the wheel weights. They're full of wheel weights. So it's heavy enough that the weight of the phone and the camera and the light don't make the whole thing fall over. Yeah, it's actually pretty cool that I managed to do that. I want to reinvent it, though, so that it's like a telescopic thing that comes off a shelf. But yeah, I don't know whether I'll do that or be able to do that. I need to be able to buy specific sizes of aluminium, and I don't know if I'm actually able to do that. Put slots in the side so that it... Yeah, anyway, back to the chat. Yeah, I bought the Hot Wheels. DJ says, oh my god, I'm so jelly can you buy the... Oh, no, that's that thing. That's this thing. You're talking about that. Yes, I think these are for sale, but I don't know where. The Alteza from the prize pack is definitely available. I think I got that one before the scalpers got them. So I paid retail for it. I actually bought two. One for me and then one for the prize pack. I've got a bunch of K-Trucks on the wall that I will be giving... Hot Wheels K-Trucks that I'll be giving away in the future. I'll do that for non-members. Just for everybody who couldn't enter this competition because this competition's closed. It's just that I've been sick since January. Like, I was really sick. 3 days I didn't get out of bed in January. And then February I was coughing all of February. Couldn't get rid of that. The doctor I went to... I kept putting off going to the doctor. Kept putting it off. Nah, this cough it'll be good tomorrow, it'll be good tomorrow, it'll be good tomorrow. And this went on for weeks. I finally go to the doctor. Wife randomly picks some, like, lung doctor or something. I don't know, nose and throat or lung doctor. Off Google. We go there, get to the office, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, over in the corner, he's got like an LP, maybe, or something, some square thing. I say LP because there was like a record player on the bench behind him. But over in the corner, it was Hitler's face on this square thing. Maybe it was an LP. Maybe old mate was maybe the doctor was listening to Adolf Hitler's greatest hits or something. I have no idea. But I just like, what the fuck? What is going on here? Anyway, long story short, he gave me some medicine and I'm not coughing anymore. Soon as I got over that, it's hay fever season, so everything and anything gets covered in yellow dust, including your lungs. So now it's sneezing season. Itchy eyes and sneezing. I'm going to enjoy this. I feel like playing games. I was watching a live stream from a dude named Thor. His YouTube channel is Pirate Software. I watched like 4 hours of that yesterday instead of editing videos. I'm not really proud of that, but it looked fun. So I started thinking about what games I could play, and I kind of thought there's like a mechanic game you can play where you have to fix a car, and I kind of thought that would be cool to do. I do have my driving rig in the other room, and I do have a plan for that, but I mean, I'm not a very good driver, and I'm not very good on sim rigs either. So, like, maybe it's Dave Learns to Drive. Is that what the live is? I take a K-Truck onto the one gun and do laps, or I thought it might be cool to do, like, if it was possible to run like a virtual Uber service on the one gun. Like, in the chat, you tell me to pick you up from Shinjuku Station. I'll drive to there, and then you send me like a super thanks, and I'll drive you over the Rainbow Bridge or something. I thought that might be kind of funny, but I don't know how to set that up. I do need to organize some kind of loading screen, because I never know when... Like, I click all the buttons to get... I'm such a boomer. I'm Gen X, but I'm such a boomer when it comes to this shit, because I click all the buttons, and then I never know when it's actually going to go live. It's like, going live now. We're going live. Going live. Going live. Going live. And you've been live for 20 seconds before you actually get any indication on your screen that you are live. Like, until I can see myself, how do I know that I'm actually live, if you know what I mean? So yeah, I want to make like a loading screen. So I have to do that. That's something that I need to do before I go live again. Cosmos S13 was on the way to work. Did you arrive at work safe, mate? Like, you just sort of posted that comment and then disappeared. I'm wondering if you're okay in Canada, because it's kind of cold there now, and you got snow and shit. And moose. Moose. Yeah. I watched a YouTube short the other day with a moose in it, and the dude was feeding a moose an apple from his back door of his house. And yeah, the comments section was like, you've just killed that moose because the rangers are going to shoot it because it's going to become a nuisance for people and shit. And I thought, that's a weird twist. Dude gives moose apple, moose gets shot. Not ideal. But anyway, I digress. Back to the beer. Another thing I've been thinking about is the magazines. I do have an absolute shit ton of magazines, and I want to go through them all. I want to show you them all. I haven't seen 99.9% of those have never been opened by me. I don't know what's in them. I want to open them, and like Dave reacts to issue 1 2003 of K-Car Special. I want to do that stuff. The hard part is that when you film a glossy magazine, you get all this glare and reflection off it when you aim a camera down. The other thing too is that on a regular live, you want to be able to see me. Like, maybe I've got a green screen behind me and you can see me, but I'm going to be doing this because I need to look at the magazine too. So, do I put a camera down on the magazine looking back up at me so that you can see me while I'm looking at the magazine? Yeah, it's kind of complicated. Or do I just do it without me on the screen? Maybe that's the easiest way. Dunno. Dinero. Just. But I am very hyped on this. I think... Should I open it? I guess, like, if you're in the comments, and please leave a comment, because it'll give me something to talk to. I want to talk to you. I don't want to just sit here rambling. I've opened it. Look, it's a bingo game, but we're not playing bingo. So, we could play bingo. Virtual bingo. Like, you go in the chat, and then people in the chat get a bingo card, and then we play bingo, and if you win, I send you something. That would be kind of interesting. But, yeah, anyway. It's got balls. See those? I have to wait for the... I don't actually know if you can see that or not, because... Yeah, you can. There they are. They're on the screen for a while. Okay? It's got balls. You put the balls inside the cage... And then you rotate the cage, and it's got a little catcher here that catches... It actually looks like a little baseball cap. And it catches the ball, and then it distributes it out into here. Oh, yo, it's got a little holder. Like, you can... Does that... Yeah, look at that. That folds out. Now you can display the balls that have been pulled out. Ah, and it's got a wheel on the side. I need to put this together, so let's do that. Put that on my knee. Open up this thing. One dilemma is that I'm eventually going to run out of beer here. It goes into there. I always feel like a monkey putting things together. I just don't know. Right. Right. Okay, so you load the balls into there. And then what do? We rotate it this way. No, it needs to go that way. Yeah, that way. And it'll pick up a ball and then dump it there. Or is it this way? So that way. You need to go this way. You rotate it this way. The little hat flips this way. And then a ball. It's interesting because the lowest ball won't get picked up. It actually gets one from about here. Interesting. If you don't have enough balls in there, it might not actually pick it up. And then it kind of displays it. And then drops it there. This is riveting, YouTube. Absolutely riveting. So yeah, I've got that. That's going to be used for giveaways. It can go back in the box now that I've looked at it. I have to sit and... I mean, why don't I? I could sit here and do the balls. I don't even know how many people are actually in the draw. I have to check that. Where's another comment? DJ, what made you want to... Oh, wait. You asked a question before, didn't you? I missed it. I didn't answer. Yeah, there it is there. Hey, sorry I missed your question. Sorry I'm late to that. Stop playing with balls. Wrecked. Rubbing my balls on YouTube. You know, I don't know what's worse, me rubbing my balls or you watching me rub my balls on YouTube. Sorry, DJ, I skipped over your question. How did you end up in Japan and how long have you lived there? That's a two-part question. It's kind of complicated. How did I end up in Japan? I was suffering. Was I suffering? Sure. I had crazy depression in Australia and I was on medication and I got the opportunity to come to Japan. When I was in Japan, I was off my meds because I lost them, I think, long time ago. But I was off meds and I felt fine here. And I thought that I could outrun depression by moving to Japan. So I started to take steps in order to accomplish that. While doing that, I happened to meet a Japanese girl in Australia who I liked, became girlfriend. Her visa ran out. She asked me to come back to Japan. I came to Japan. That's the basics of it. How long have I been here? I arrived in 2007. So I think that's 16 years this year. Years. The American accent is... My accent's a mess. Yeah, I'm Australian. So 16 years I've been here. 16 years. I'm scanning the comments to see where I am. I have been drinking, and I plan to drink more. Nostalgic Boy says, not any more new at Tomica, which is this. You can't get that new anymore. And Nostalgic Boy says, don't forget about the banner. The banner is for members who joined. And I believe that Suzuki... Oh, wait. Suzuki Americano. That is... I thought you was someone else for a minute there. But now I know who you are. Okay, cool. Are you coming over this weekend or what? Say yes. Yakiniku. Saturday night. I think we should do it. Nathan... I've been trying to get Nathan day drinking. So, I've got a video of it. Unfortunately, I stopped filming before the day drinking happened, but I wish I had left it on. Would have been amazing. Yeah, when I can afford to hire a cameraman, we're going to do that sort of shit, and it'll be just a completely different experience. Might have to go to a different channel. Dave Drinks in Japan, or the Stubby Holder Highlights, maybe. Even that channel can take off with like just lives of me doing weird shit around Japan. I digress from the comments. What made me get an Altezza? What made you want to get an Altezza? First question. And not something similar like a JZX, etc. Okay, so the story with the Altezza is... Oil them balls. The story with the Altezza is that when I was 18, a very impressionable young man, I went to the shopping centre, the mall, and there was an Altezza on display, and I thought it was the coolest goddamn thing I'd ever seen. I wasn't really into cars, but I really did like the Altezza. I really liked it. I liked the dash. I thought the speedometer and the cluster area was just the coolest thing I'd ever seen. I thought that the general shape of the car was sick. I liked the clear taillights that other cars were starting to copy. This was in 1998, right? I'm 18, and yeah, everything about the Altezza just, I thought, wow. But I also thought, holy shit, that's 60 grand. I'm never going to be able to afford that. Flash forward to, I don't know what year it was, a few years ago now, and Altezza was completely off my radar for, well, until I bought it, basically. Because I wrote it off then and there that I would never own one because they were too expensive. But some friends came over from the US. I took them to a local car shop, my mentor for drifting, and I jokingly said, "Do you have a car these dudes can borrow?" And he went, "Yep." And I'm like, okay, cool. Signals to his lackey to go pick up some car from the lot up the street. Comes back in a black Altezza. I lose my shit because it's got a sunroof and it's just all of the things that I had dreamed. And I said, "How much do you want for this? Because I need this car." And he gave me a price, and I ummed and ahed over it because I didn't need another car. I already had the Cappuccino, the Carry, and Every. I think those are the only three I owned at the time, but I had too many cars already, and it was like, I can use it to learn to drift in it, so okay, we'll do that. So then I bought the car, and that's how I ended up with the Altezza. It was just sort of meant to be, really. Yeah, and then I love drifting it. I really, really do. But goddamn, it's expensive. It's so expensive. I went to Nico the other day. I made a short about that driving across a bridge. Check that out if you haven't already. I do a lot of my shorts are actually, well, no, they're not. All of my shorts are way ahead of the videos. Like, because I film them on my phone, and it's like, I want to make a short today, so I'll upload it. Whereas the videos, the video I released tonight for the members, that's still summer, like summer last year. Maybe November, October maybe? So not summer then, autumn. But anyway, the shorts are so far ahead. But I took the Altezza. Wow, I'm getting sidetracked. More beer. So I took the Altezza on the highway. I was getting 6 kilometers per liter or something stupid, because the tune that was on the Altezza that I paid, God, I paid a lot for that tune. And It's just so rich. So rich. Just, I mean, it's not rich to the point where it's going to detonate my engine, but it is really, really rich. So, yeah, just using crap loads of fuel. It cost me, that day, I used gasoline, one meal. The meal was 700 yen. So let's say if 100 yen is equal to $1 of wherever you're from, let's just do it like that. So we'll say that $7 for my lunch. And I had I think I had one bottle of Coke. So that's, $8.80 total in food. And then, so we got gasoline, food, and tolls. The whole day cost me $200, or 20,000 yen, or niman-en, just to go to the track and get back again. I didn't even drive on the track, and it cost me 200. I didn't even use any tires, and it cost me 200. So, drifting again, I mean, the tires that are on the car, I can shred those, but I'm going to have to buy a set of fronts. If I want to drive at Fuji again, which I do, I know that track the best. I feel the safest there. The Alteza braking drifts by itself. At least it used to before I modified it, so we'll see. But, yeah, that's where I feel the most comfortable. So to get a license to drive on that track is $200. So we're looking at, for the first day that I go there, I'm looking at $400. Then I need some tires. I can use the tires that are on the car, on the back, and then buy some new ones for the front. So, I mean, it's probably 200 and change, maybe 160 for the fronts, and I'll probably be able to use those for a couple of months worth of drifting, if I have my camber dialed in. So, I mean, so we're up to around 600. I could probably, I mean, I don't want to drift with the tires on the front that are on the front now. They're not grippy enough. I need grippier fronts. And then gasoline. Or gasoline 200, yeah. I'd say the first day I go drifting again is going to cost me $700. The first day. Every time after that will be, I mean, if I get my, what's it called? My fuel economy to a sensible level with the tune, then, I mean, it might be $300 a day. So, my only income at the moment is from YouTube, which is not a lot. So I very much appreciate all the super thanks, all of the likes, everything, the memberships. The memberships pay for 50% of what I get. And you're like, well, why don't you just film some drifting, Dave, on a short? Well, 4,000 views of a short gets you about 31 cents. So there's not a lot of money to be made in shorts unless you make millions of views. I'm not going to rant about YouTube money because I'm just stoked. I really am just stoked. The members, the people that are members, I can't thank you guys enough. Some people, don't tell YouTube, but some people actually have multiple memberships to, yeah, anyway. Yeah, I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. The next drift day is going to be an expensive one. When am I going to do that? Well, first I need to fix the tune myself. I'm still having trouble with the Panic ITBs. I have a direction to follow from Panic. Those dudes my nose is itchy. Sorry, I have to do this because it's hay fever season. But yeah, I just need to clear my nose out real quick. Let me just go over here real quick out of shot, so you don't have to watch me sticking tissues up my nose because it's so freaking itchy. God damn it. Okay, alright, that's good. And I've forgotten what I was saying. The Panic guys are great. They really are. They're great. From the videos that I made about the product, you would think they'd be pissed. They're not. Not at all. I met them at Tokyo Auto Salon. They shook my hand. They said, we're really sorry that you're having this much trouble. Like, most people throw them on and don't give a shit. And that's the general consensus. That's what I've found from on Facebook and whatever else. People throw ITBs on and don't care about all of the things that I care about. Like, Panic said that, Matt said that some people take the bass tune to the track. And that is just mind-blowing. You go to the track on the bass map, like, you're not going to get full power. My spidey senses are just going, no. But apparently people do it. I want idle. I want aircon idle up. I don't want the AFR to change, the air-fuel ratio to change between idling, the aircon kicking in, and the thermofans kicking in. Why would that change? If you don't know about tuning, well, if you don't set it up right, it will. Because I'm not getting into it. I've learned way too much about this through necessity. And I guess the fact that I can't explain it means that I don't know enough about it and I need to study more. But I've done HP Academy courses, lots of them, and I'm going on a tangent, aren't I? Yep, I'm ranting. I shouldn't be. I don't even know where I was going. There was a second part to your question. Why didn't I get a JZX? Well, I mean, even if I went back in time, the Alteza really has tested my patience. And I love driving that car. That is a fun car to drive. It really is. If I offer to let you drive that car, which I don't do for everybody, but if I do, you really should take me up on it. Because it's a very fun car. In its current setup, with the caster and the wheel alignment, it's quite twitchy. So if you go past a certain point of steering angle, it does feel like it's going to bite you. But it hasn't yet, so I'm okay. I love driving that car. What was the question again? Why didn't I buy something similar to a JZX? If I had to go back in time, I would have bought for drifting. I probably would have bought the Alteza anyway, but specifically because of the price. Specifically for drifting, I would have bought an S chassis. Everyone has one. They're really easy to drive. I don't know. I've driven one, but never on the track. They've got power upgrades. They've got suspension upgrades. Everything is bolt-on. There's no custom shit required. Like, everything's well documented. In English, Japanese, German, any language you want. There is a million pages of S chassis documentation, whatever you like. So I would have gone an S chassis. Why wouldn't I go a JZX? I don't like big cars. I just don't. And to me, a JZX is a big car. So, I mean, maybe I said I don't like big cars. I don't want to own a big car. That's better. I've been for, I don't know whether you know who Ken Sato is. He's an XD1 driver. just toot my own horn here, but I went for a drive. I went for a ride in the passenger seat with him in a JZX. Oh, God, that was fun. That was incredible. And it wasn't because of the car. It was because dude was leaning forward in the seat with just like an open face helmet on, laughing his ass off, chasing his mates. It was the best drifting experience I think I've ever had. Was that, I think. Yeah, because he's such a serious dude. Ken Sato is a serious businessman. He's a serious businessman. He has a laugh, but he's a very serious businessman. And just getting him behind the wheel of that JZX, he just transformed into a kid. You could see it. I'm looking over, and he's like smiling in the rearview mirror, and then looking at, like, I lean over, look over the side, right? And there's just like a car there on the door, and he's just laughing. He's just loving it. And then we changed places. That it was, do you know Sayaka? Sayaka, she's heater's turning on. Sayaka's a girl drifter. She wears all pink. Maybe you've heard. I think she was on the Netflix driving challenge show. It was her, so she was there on the door, and then we switched places, and he's chasing her down, and just like, it was just the best. When, like, in that situation, it was more about, it was playful. There was no competition or anything else. It was just playful. They weren't crashing into each other and ruining cars, which I don't like. That's the aspect of drifting that I don't like, is people hitting each other. If you can't, like, I reckon if you touch, then it should be the person who was at fault in that should lose all their points or lose. It's kind of like, in a fight, the person who throws the first punch is kind of the loser, really. Because why couldn't you resolve this without violence? You know what I mean? Why couldn't you get close without touching? If you touch, you've obviously gotten too fucking close, haven't you? And that's probably going to make some actual, because I'm not a drifter, it's probably going to make some actual drifting people angry that I said that, but yeah, I don't like it when cars touch. I like cars. I don't like to see cars wrecked. Sorry. So yeah, why didn't I get a JZX? It's a big car. I prefer smaller cars. Alteza is a smaller car. It's not that much smaller. It may not be smaller than an S chassis. Although, in the negative point to the Alteza is I don't like 4 doors. I don't like cars with 4 doors. And the reason for that is because I was attacked one day, and while I was sitting in my car, the guy was holding onto the roof and then kicking me through the driver's door. And then after he'd finished doing that, and I was a fucking mess, he said to his mate, "Let's get in. This cunt can drive us somewhere." And I'm like, well, no, I'm not driving you anywhere. Had I have been in a 4-door car, they would have got in, and then I would have had to try to get them out of my car. So for me, 2-door is a much safer option. But I'm not in Australia anymore. In Japan, the likelihood of getting carjacked is, or even, any sort of drama like that is fairly low. So, I mean, it's a lot more comfortable to drive a 4-door car here. I don't think I would ever own a 4-door car in Australia. Even if I had kids, just struggle with the 2 doors because the safety is there. In an accident, yeah, you can't get out as easy. But, you know, I don't drive around trying to have accidents either. That goes back to drifting. I'm not going out there trying to have an accident. When you hit another car, it's called an accident anywhere other than a drift track. Why is that? Yeah, it shouldn't be crashing. It shouldn't crash into each other. That's what you do with bush bashers, not with nice cars. That was a long rant. And what did that come from? Why don't you own a JZX? More on that, actually. Let me have another sip. Before I got my first car, was it my first car? A long-ass time ago, a JZX was suggested to me as a car that I should buy. And this was before they became expensive. But I didn't want to pay the money then. I sure as hell don't want to pay the money now. And it's not that, one, I couldn't afford to pay the money, and two, I've never owned a car that's that expensive. Like, everything that I own, I bought before the boom. Like, a Cappuccino is expensive car now, relatively. I bought it before it became that expensive. An Alto, they're still relatively cheap, but mine owes virtually nothing. Same with the carry truck. Carry trucks are fairly expensive now. That was actually a gift from my wife for my birthday as my first car in Japan, because we needed to move from one prefecture to here. And it was like, she was like, well, we're going to live there. We've got a 3-car garage. Let's buy David a car that he can enjoy modifying, and we can also use it to move. Win-win. She knew I liked K-trucks. She did it. So that was that. The Every van. I mean, the Every vans I ended up with out of necessity rather than choice. Oh, the white van was kind of a choice, I guess. Oh, everything's a choice, really, if you look at it. But before all that shit happened, I asked somebody, what car should I buy? And he said a JZX. But I didn't. Anyway, I hope that answers that question. It's a long ass answer. What do we got? Nostalgic Boy says, my car chews through front tires and drinks like an Australian on a YouTube live. I'm not drinking nearly as much as I should, but I haven't had anything to eat since lunch, so I don't really need to drink that much to get drunk. I do have with me, though, some strawberry koalas. That's probably dinner. I was going to have like cup ramen, but then I went live, and now it's 10:30. Am I going to stop the live and then go eat? Am I going to make you guys sit there for 3 minutes while I go get cup ramen? I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I think before I modified the Altezza, it was pretty. I could go from here to the track, drift. I mean, because I was driving to Fuji Short, drive the 3 allocated sessions, drive all the way home without putting gas in it, putting gasoline in it. I could do that. So, did it drink fuel? I mean, it was much better than the Silvia. It used less fuel than the Silvia did. So, as a drift car, it didn't use much fuel. As a normal car, well, I mean, you say it drinks fuel. Well, the Every van is single cam turbo F6A, and it gets like 10 kilometers per. Wait, is that right? 10 kilometers per liter? I always mess that up. I think that's what it gets. That's the same as the High Ace. and I think that's a 3-liter diesel and a giant car. So I think drinks gas is relative. Yeah, I don't... If I could get it back, if I could get the Altezza's fuel economy back to stock, I'd be happy with that. Especially with the same amount of power that I have now. Because I have a considerably more horsepower than I had before. About probably 30 horsepower gain. Let's see. Nostalgia Boy. Altezza beats all of them on how it looks, which is the most important bit, right? Altezza does look better than a JZX in my opinion. I like how the Altezza looks more than an S chassis. However, I do have a soft spot for the 180 SX. S15, I don't really care. For S14, the one that Ryan owns is a very nice car. Yeah. S13 Sylvia, almost owned one of those. Missed by that much. Wife's mother had one. Swapped it for a smaller car. Nobody told me. The dealership took it. Who knows what happened to it. Thing was mint. One owner, lady driver, manual, as far as I know. Yeah, turbo S13 Sylvia. Just traded it in, I think, for a Mazda, some Mazda. Little hatchback Mazda thing. Yep. Oh well, that's that. There's no information about the Altezza. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm doing this. And I hope that's how I found your page, really, since no one else makes anything about the RS200. I mean, even people that do make RS200 content, I was really looking forward to Benny or the Mechanical Stig, doing more Altezza content, but then he motor swapped it, and it was like, well, this doesn't really apply to me anymore. The diff stuff does, and the other things, but the motor swap was like, yeah, it doesn't really apply. But I mean, I started my shit before he even did. I had my cappuccino before he had his too. Is he copying me? No, he's not copying me. He doesn't know who I am. Yeah, there isn't a lot of Altezza content in English. There's quite a lot in Japanese, but it's in random websites all over the place, which is why in the oil cooler video, I actually showed you. That's the thing about my videos. I want to show you that I don't know everything. I'm learning as I go. So I showed you, yes, I am actually going to Google to see what I can find. What did other people do? Can I find some photos to copy? Because there's no point reinventing the wheel if somebody's already done it. You just do what they did. If you don't like the way they do it, then change it a little bit. But you don't have to... There's no way you need to reinvent the wheel if what somebody else did is perfectly adequate. Or maybe you take what they did and make it nicer. Which I personally think I did for the power steering cooler. I think I did a good job on that. And the oil cooler as well, I think I did a pretty damn good job of that as well. I'm not going to go back and address the lower right mount. The slot is longer than it needs to be. Will I go back and modify that or make it again and have a smaller slot? Probably not. Should I? Probably. Will I? Dunno. I could probably... The left one I could probably cut a corner off as well and make it lighter. But, meh. It works. It works. No need. I have no idea what question I was answering. Just ranting. But yeah, I'm really glad you found my page. I hope you find it useful. But I want to stress that I'm learning as I go too. So one of the things that I can't do is go back and edit a video that I've already made. So if I make... I need to scratch the inside of my nose again because I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Sorry, off camera. Just scratching the inside of my nose real quick. Yeah, I'm learning as I go. So my YouTube isn't supposed to be a how to do this because I don't know. I'm learning as I go, and I want to show people the process. I watched an interview with Turbo Yoda, and he said that a lot of the important parts are boring to watch, and they cut that out. I don't want to cut that out because I want people to know what goes into it, and the rage is left there because it's real. And I don't know, I just think that there's this image that you can finish a car in 10 minutes, and if you're a guy like me, you can't. It takes you days, and there's a lot of work in it. So when someone pops the bonnet, you look in there and you go, oh, that must have taken you some time to do, rather than just looking in there and go, ooh, shiny. Maybe. But yeah, I digress again, and I lose my place in train of thought. Yeah, that's right. On the topic of not getting everything right, it's really important to not watch. If you're going to use my channel as a how-to, sort of go back as far as you can to find that topic. Find out where I started, and then watch through until I finished. Because I did a video on, like, everything you need to know about ITB install. And it's wrong. And I can't change the fact that it's wrong. And I can't take that video down because the fact that that video is still getting views means that I'm getting money and I can afford to make more videos. So it has to stay up, and I can't really cut those sections out. I cannot edit it while it's up. So the false information needs to stay there. And I've made amendment videos, but the amendment videos don't get the same views as the original video does. If you're watching this right now because you saw the ITB, how to install ITBs on an Alteza video, and you don't know not to connect the PCV valve the way I did, then I'm sorry. You need to know that. The other thing that I'll say right now that I haven't covered in a video yet is don't connect your charcoal canister that way either. Because if your charcoal canister fails, you're going to have a fucking bad time. Ask me how I know. So your vacuum block for ITBs should be your ITBs, 4 ITBs, 1 for each ITB, your brake booster, and your map sensor, and nothing else. Nothing else at all. You've got a PCV valve, get rid of it. Run it to a catch tank. I did a video on that. Your charcoal canister, connect it up if you're allowed to in your country. Put a filter on the end of it and let it breathe to free air. It'll be fine. You'll be able to smell some gas, but it's a race car. Who gives a shit? says everybody. I give a shit. I plug it in. Well, actually, I don't. I will plug it into a place where it can't be smelly, but it's not connected to the vacuum block. It's a potential vacuum leak. It will fuck your tune up, so don't do that. The PCV will fuck your tune up as well, so don't do that. Despite what you find on forums in Japanese or in English. Yeah, my page isn't... My YouTube channel is entertainment, usually involving cars. I didn't potentially want the whole thing to be about how to do this, how to do that. I was hoping that the viewer liked watching this idiot, and the humour this idiot created was caused by him working on cars. So the fact that that video is not, well, is false news, fake, wrong, not fake, it's real, it's 100% real. I believed it to be true at the time, but the fact that it's not factual, it's not 100% factual, shouldn't matter, because that's not really what I did it for. Even if you watch that video and those two pieces of information are wrong, don't connect up the PCV, don't connect up the charcoal canister to the vacuum block. Even if you were to do that, you're still much, much closer than what I was when I started, because every other piece of information in that video I had to learn through researching my ass off, because none of it's all in one place. Once I get the car running the way it should run, not the way, oh, it'll do, then I'll probably do another video on step-by-step on how to do ITBs in an Alteza. Would I do ITBs in an Alteza again? No. No, I wouldn't. I would have turboed it. If I did it all again, I would have put a turbo on it. Probably, I might have even considered pulling the Beams engine out and putting an MR2 engine in, 3S GTE, because then it's ready then. You just plug shit into it. Might need a custom intake manifold. No, custom. Would the intake manifold fit? I think the exhaust manifold won't fit. Certainly the exhaust won't line up, but anyway, that's what I would have probably looked at. Patrick says, fun to listen to this again. Well, I'm just happy to be here, and I'm happy you're here. You're probably at work or on your way to work. Patrick got 15 kilometers per litre. Well, I mean, geez, must be nice. But, I mean, Greta screaming at me is my theme song. So it's all good. And again, with the runny nose from the hay fever, I need a sponsorship from Claritine. And is it antihistamine? Is that what those tablets do? I don't know. But I'm going to just blow my nose again, real quick. Ugh, horrible stuff. Absolutely horrible. You know what is absolutely crazy? What's absolutely crazy is, I don't know what it was, when it was, but I actually did shorts while I was in Australia, if you remember those shorts. I went through my old stuff. One of the reasons I wanted to go back to Australia is to clean out my old stuff. Like, I was keeping things like I was going to move back to Australia, but I have no plans of doing that. Ever. No plans of ever doing that. I don't like the way the country's gone. Not really going to go into that, but yeah, no plans to ever move back to Australia. When I was going through my stuff, I found... This blew my mind. This. And I have to wait for the footage to catch up so that I can know that you can see it. It's actually an original. Oh, you can see it. It's an original Initial D Altezza keyring. So, I mean, I was into it all the way back. I was into it then. Look at that. I mean, it's unfortunate you took it out of the packet. Is it, though? Is it? It used to... There's like a thing on the bottom. It used to light the lights up. I remember where I bought it from. There was a tuning shop that opened up. It was really suave and fancy looking. And I went in there and they had literally nothing I wanted because it was just all so shiny and expensive stuff. But they had one of these in the packet. And I was like, ooh, an Alteza. And I grabbed it. So, yeah, the Altezza's always been a thing. And now I own one. If you ever went turbo, your viewership would skyrocket. I mean, maybe. But my pistons might skyrocket too. Some people say, oh, don't turbo them. Even though the... Toyota did from the factory with the, what's a T? Is it a 280T or T280? The Tom's Altezza came stock turbo. Don't remember what it is. 270T. Anyway, even though they did it, just a little bit of boost. You don't need a lot of boost. A little bit of boost. Yeah. Back before I bought the ITBs, the turbo kits were still cheap. You can buy a full kit in good condition for $2,500. Now, nope, they're all gone. All the kits are gone. Sometimes a new one will pop, like brand new, will pop up for $5,000. I'm not paying $5,000 for technology from 2000. Still new in box because nobody wanted to use it. Absolute rant. I'm not paying that much money for that. No. So, but people are. You put the Altezza Turbo kit up for $5,000 and someone on Buy in America, Australia, or wherever the hell ever is buying it. They're paying it. So with that drives the price up, and then the chance of going turbo goes out the window. It's never going to happen. I don't have the budget for that. So that's that. Patrick says the 15 litres is when I drive normal. Who drives? I mean, I don't. Driving normal. I'd have to ask my wife what that is, because I don't know. Although she late brakes, she brakes really, really late, like really late. If we ever hit ice, we're fucked. Just so you know, late braking. Yep. DJ, no one's made an 3SGE plus T Altezza content. I mean. Yeah, Toyota did, but yeah, nobody really has. If I ever got to the point where I had the money to do it, I would do it for the lols. I'd even consider, like, if it was crowd-funded or I had money to burn, Mr. Beast type shit, then yeah, I'd supercharge it and turbocharge it, because why the fuck not? But I don't have the budget for that. So you're not going to see that on this channel anytime soon. Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, I believe it is a pretty cool keyring. I have a cappuccino one as well, but it's downstairs. It's not right next to me. You think they made 300 horsepower max with unopened internals. I mean, but I read that and it's kind of like you're disappointed with 300 horsepower. I think they're like 170 at the wheels tops. If you get 300 horsepower at the wheels, I've got 206 at the wheels with just ITBs and cams. So if you added a little bit of boost and you got to 300, it feels good with 200. It feels very good with 200. Going up a hill and you snap second and it's squarely up that hill. So I am looking forward to getting back to the track. That's on the street too, so I am looking forward to getting back to the track. 300 horsepower on that car would be a lot of fun. Would it compete with a Silvia? Probably not. But if you're trying to compete with Silvias, you buy a Silvia or you buy a JZX. You're not really going to do it with an Alteza. It's the wrong car. I call it normal when I don't put my ass out of the window. I'll drink to that. I don't know how to segue from that. Speaking of asses out the window, yeah, no, I got nothing. Oh, what about assholes? No, assholes out the window. What about ass? No, a segue from ass. Ooh, shit. Speaking of shit, this and that falling on the ground. Yahoo Auctions purchase of a brake booster stopper. Yeah, I don't really, you don't need it, right? It doesn't move. But I thought, well, I can't have a tower bar, so because it hits the trumpets. It's just not going to happen. If you can get it on, it's going to hit the bonnet anyway. So what about if I had a brake booster stopper? This is trash. Like, you can see there's a gap here. I reckon, I don't know how this thing came to be, but that hole, I'm pretty sure that hole, and that hole shouldn't even be there. It's just these three, but it's got all the holes. So where the hell did this thing even come from? And why are they using 4 bolts and 70 washers to hold the thing together? Yahoo Auction purchase. So I'll be modifying that in a future video to make it somewhat sensible. Modified straight off Yahoo Auction. Dave, just buy stuff that... I mean, it was written for Alteza. If you're fucking blind, like, it looks great. It looks great from here. Right. My Alteza eats 9 litres on 100 kilometres an hour. Damn. Well, I mean, I guess we've got similar. Do you have an AFR? This is from Daniel. Do you have an AFR gauge in your car, Daniel? And what have you done to your car? It says here, DMC on YouTube made 330 horsepower on an unopened 3SG E-beams. There you go. 330 horsepower at the wheels in an Alteza would be a very fun car. That's 130 more than I have. Just doing the math, that's double what it had stock. That's not, I mean, it's not cappuccino level godlike, but it's, I mean, double the horsepower. I hope you've upgraded your bushes. Interesting. So, and then Patrick's gone for a minute. Be back. DJ says, you got a link, Daniel, question mark. And Nostalgic Boy, to be honest, even the Cusco brake booster is an afterthought. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does anything, right? It's like, oh shit, we'll get this, we'll just drill a hole in here and then put the thing on there. I mean, at least this is sort of leaning forward and it's got, I was thinking I was going to weld in bracing on here because it's just steel. Weld up these holes that are unnecessary, and then put some sort of side sort of stuff. That's kind of gusset-ish. Could put a triangle in here maybe. Is it even possible to bend that with your foot on, like, you against the brake booster? Like, probably not. But it looks like shit. I need to make it look good. We'll paint it TRD yellow. Someone in the comments of one video was like, can you give me the paint code for that TRD yellow? It was a joke. It's just yellow spray paint. It's like the Alteza black, which is just chassis black from the home center, the hardware store over there. It's just chassis black. Didn't even clear coat it. The yellow is just, I think it's acrylic yellow. It's just, I thought I'd name it TRD yellow to be funny. Someone took me seriously. It's a bad idea. So to be honest, here's one. Let's see if you have the same answers as I would. Okay. Nostalgic Boy has a question. What 2 or 3 things would you recommend an Alteza owner to do? Leave it stock. That's the first thing. What do you want to do with it? That's my first question. Before I can answer the 2 or 3 things that I would recommend an Alteza owner to do, I already know what your answers are, because you cry about them all the time. But my first, before I can answer the 2 or 3 things, what are the 2 or 3 things that you would recommend an Alteza owner to do? What would you do? Well, it depends on what you want to do with it. He said, and Nostalgic Boy says, make it better. Well, I think, as a car, it's perfectly fine as it is stock for the Alteza. Comes with a Torsen, so it's got a diff, right? You can drift it. I did. So, what do you want? On the highway, beautiful. 6th gear is kind of dumb, but I mean, it's a little bit more fuel economic if you're driving around in 6th gear. What would I change? The 2 or 3 things that I would recommend an Alteza owner to do. I don't know, like, it just depends on what you're going to do. Better, you say make it better, but better is, it's objective, man. Like, I keep telling you in DM, I loved the car stock. The car stock was fantastic. It really was. One of the cool things about the Alteza is that it kind of feels like an auto, but it isn't an auto. And that's possibly because of the clutch and flywheel setup. It's dull. It also has to do with the throttle body, which I did a short video on, where even though you put your foot down and that pulls on a cable, the throttle wheel will move, but the butterfly inside the throttle is still controlled by the ECU. And the ECU will look at your input and go, gotta say the magic word. And then it will open up. It has to make sure you're not going to spin the wheels. That's where all your traction control and shit comes from. Wait, let me read that question again. Okay, 2 or 3 things you would recommend an Alteza owner to do. The number 1 thing would be to never, ever pull the handbrake while you have the traction control and the snow traction shit relays in. Never do that. The ABS and all that. Never, ever do that. No. Never, ever. That's the number 1 thing. Never, ever pull the handbrake while you have the ABS and the traction control shit all enabled. No. The car will try to fucking kill you. It tried to kill me. cruising along straight, pulled the handbrake, put the handbrake down, reversed that, pulled the handbrake up, rear wheels locked, put the handbrake down, wheels released, I went forward, wheels locked again, because the computer didn't know what the fuck was going on. The car started to go sideways, and then I pulled it straight. The computer tried to kill me. The number one thing is never pull the handbrake on an Alteza while all the traction control and ABS thing is plugged in. Maybe you'll have different results to I did, but that's my advice. Don't fucking do that. It'll kill you. The car will kill you. That's the number one thing. He wrote 4, 5, 6 are the same gear pretty much for us early spec guys. Yeah, I have a 98. So, it's not a Z edition like most people overseas are buying. So I have a 4.1 diff, if that makes any sense to you. Nostalgic Boy will say that you need the 4.6 to open the car up or whatever else. I've never had problems with the diff. I like the extra torque because I'm trying to drift it. Yeah, so that's that. Do you guys run any grounding cables? I made up an earthing kit from the battery negative terminal to the car over to it goes to the rocker cover, and then it also goes to the body, goes to the alternator, and goes to, is it the block or the intake manifold? It's the intake manifold, which is bolted to the block anyway. Yeah, so I run an earthing kit. Do I think it does anything? No. Why did I do it? Because someone said that maybe that's the reason I was having trouble tuning the car. So I just did it so that I could say, nope, not that. Nope, it wasn't that anyway. But you have to rule out everything to make people stop focusing on that, if that makes any sense. Why is my screen blurry? It's because you've got a filter on. You have to, like, visually show people that you don't have a filter on. Otherwise, they're going to keep saying that. It's because I've got a piece of tape across my screen. Or there's a fingerprint on it. Yeah. Anyway, that was a weird side quest. You got a video or reel about it. Super keen to see. Oh, the earthing kit. I don't think I do. It's visible in quite a few videos, but I'm not proud of it. I may remove it. Could I make it? I could make a short on it, I suppose, if I remember after this binge drinking episode. I think I need one. Mine's on stock ECU and having weird idle issues and runs kind of rough until VVT. Yeah, nope. That's probably because your throttle body is gunked up with 200,000 kilometers of shit. That'll be why it's running shit. Or perhaps your airflow meter is clogged up. It might be shit. I would have it a guess that your... Oh, God. That question. I'll get to that in a second. It's much more likely that you have a dirty intake manifold or a sensor in that area that needs cleaning. It's much more likely that that's the case than you need an earthing kit. 100%. I would... if it's not that, I'll send you this nut. Anyway, the next question. What's better on a Suzuki Cappuccino? T37's basic bitch or Work Emotion ZR10s? I don't know what ZR10s are, but I would choose anything other than TE37s because what wheel will I use? I know, a TE37. It's everybody's go-to wheel. It's so overplayed. I'm just sick of seeing them. That's going to make people mad, but yeah, nah. No TE37s on anything anymore. Plus, if you hit a pothole, you're going to bend them. What are you trying to do? You're building a track car with your cappuccino. Maybe try some, what are those other ones? Graham lights. Do those if you have to. There's a bunch of other really light wheels that you can choose from. I forget his username. I only know his real name, which I'm not going to say here. What's his name? Suzuki Americano just bought some wheels for his S2K that are a crazy light. I have no idea what they are. If he's still watching, he can write what they are in the chat. Put those on it. T37s, no, not a fan. DJ says, so I've cleaned the MAF and throttle body. What's the intake manifold sensor you say, sir? The MAF. The MAF was what I was talking about. But, yep, I'm still, even though you're saying you cleaned it, I'm still feeling there's something wrong there. I don't think your problem is going to be fixed with an earthing kit. I really don't. I think you have another problem there. Maybe somebody wrote intake gasket. Sure, I'd try a gasket. Why not? Maybe you have... you're good and you're having problem until VVTI kicks in at 5K. Maybe your VVTI solenoid is locked on, and your car's performing like crap because your VVTI solenoid is on and using the wrong cam profile for idling and acceleration. Just a guess. But if that's actually happening, that would do it, right? I don't think an earthing kit is going to help you. Just personally. By all means, throw one on, but I don't think it'll make a difference. No, not building a track car. Just a car around London. Well, does London have potholes? I think so. If you hit a pothole with a T37, hard enough, you will bend that wheel. It's an expensive wheel. Get something that looks nice. If you're not taking it to the track, you don't need that weight saving. When you sacrifice weight, you sacrifice strength. Buy something that looks cool. The VVTI range could also be when it comes out of vacuum. Don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say it's advice as much as my own personal biased opinion, which you should take with a grain of salt. Just because I don't like T37s, fuck me. Do what you want. It's your car. I don't like T37s because they're overplayed. But if you like them, by all means put them on your car. And tell me to fuck off because it's your car. If you know what I mean. And have a beer. For those just joining us, I'm currently drinking the Sapporo Extra Brew. It's the first time I've seen it, so I grabbed a 6-pack. I mean, I'll say this about it. It's working. I am getting drunk, which is what I want. It's 5.5% alcohol, unlike the 5% of the beer that I normally drink. And I think Corona is like 4.5%. So this will do the job. It's a heavier taste than an Asahi, which I am enjoying. Asahi is just the taste is just a little bit thin for me. I much prefer the Kirin, unless I'm being paid by Asahi. In that case, then I much prefer Asahi, because the idea here is to get drunk, not to enjoy the beer. Though I am I am enjoying this beer. So Sapporo, hook me up. And DJI hooked me up because I'm so fucking sick of GoPros. Like, just swollen this battery is. I wish my bank account was this swollen. The VVTI range could also be when it comes out of vacuum. Generally, thank you so much for the advice. Again, like, I don't know whether I read... Is that the comment I was referring to before? But yeah, don't take it as advice. It's just my dumb opinion. And my opinion really shouldn't matter to you or to anybody else. Form your own opinion. I can never remember his username. Suzuki Americano had T37s on his car. Yeah, looked good. But, I mean, if you want to be original, try something else. They do break if you hit a big enough pothole. You might have to hit a really big pothole, but they do break. But I guess if you hit a big enough pothole, you'll break any wheel, won't you? Yeah. I got to the end of the comments. Without answering Nostalgic Boys 2 or 3 things you would recommend an Alteza owner to do. Fine, I'll do it. Fine. The first thing you should do is address the fact that the ECU has control over your throttle body. So either switch to a manual throttle body that do exist, that are quite expensive, or go to there's a kit you can buy. It's like $300. It's a lot of money, but it does it right. It changes the way the throttle body reacts. It still allows the ECU to do idle ups and things like that. But if you put your foot on the pedal, the butterfly will do what your foot tells it to do, and the ECU can't do shit about it. There are cheaper versions that lock it so that your foot adjusts the butterfly, but it cuts out all of your idle ups and things like that. And if you know me, I like idle ups. The ECU should control what happens when the aircon comes on. The ECU should control what happens when the thermo fans kick in. So I like that shit. The cheap version cuts all of that off. The ECU can't control your throttle body anymore. You don't have an idle up control valve. It's only the throttle body. So if you go for the cheap way, you lose all of that shit. In my opinion, buy the expensive one. So that's the first thing I would do. The second thing Nostalgic Boy wants me to say is to change to a larger gear ratio. And if you do that, it means that, 4, 5, and 6 are still going to be the same gear, but it gears the whole thing up, and apparently it comes to life. I don't recommend that because for what I use the car for, the max speed I ever hit is like 130 k's per hour. And I'm normally in third gear, about to chuck it sideways. So, I mean, 4, 5, and 6 being the same gear really only matters when I'm on the highway, and I'll just adjust my tune so that it sits at 15 AFR while I'm in 6th gear on the highway, and I'll use no fuel, or next to no fuel. Make it 16. It's not going to kill it. Use even less fuel. So the first thing would be to, definitely change that throttle body. Or would it be the first thing? No, that wouldn't be the first thing. No. The first thing would be to change the ECU. If you can get one. And I'd get there's a very rare ECU, I think it's from Tom's, that is a plug and play ECU that just opens it up. It doesn't, There's no tuning capabilities. No tuning capabilities. None of that shit. It's just you plug it in. It makes all that throttle body stuff work a lot better. If you can get your hands on one, that would be my number one mod. If you can't get a hold of one of those, then, I mean, as much as I fucking hate the Link, so much money. Really, the throttle body isn't your enemy. It's the ECU. It's all the ECU. The whole thing, all of your problems with the Alteza throttle response come from the ECU. Because it's telling the throttle body what to do. If it would just shut the fuck up, then your throttle body would work the way it's supposed to do. And you wouldn't have to spend $300 on that kit to adjust it. So maybe, as much as I hate the Link, maybe that's the number one. A Link G4X Tezza, Alteza plug and play ECU, and then a tune from somebody. Now, 100% before you do that, figure out who's going to tune it. Is your catalytic converter, is it in good condition or is it fucked? You need to know that first. Your air filter, is that any good? Before you get it tuned. Make sure the car's in tip-top shape before you take it to the tuner. Otherwise, he will tune it and then you'll change something and it'll run like shit and you'll have to pay to get it tuned again. So make sure the car is in tip-top shape. Put new plugs in it. Yeah, make sure it's in tip-top shape. The number one thing for me would be an ECU, because the ECU is the root of your evils. If you change to a Link 4X and it's still it's not going to run like crap, because you can literally tell the ECU to leave the throttle body the fuck alone. So, I mean, that $300 throttle body mod, it's a great mod if you're doing nothing else. But would it be my number one? I guess it's going to depend on money too, dude. Like, it's such a hard question. What are the 2 or 3 things that you would do to an Alteza? Like, depends on your budget. It really depends on your budget. Change the ECU, turbo it, throw in a 2-way. I mean, sure, no. Engine mounts and suspension bushes. Can I consider that as one? Because I went for a ride in, I don't know his YouTube handle, so I can't thank him for anything. But I went for a ride in a guy's car that lives not so far away. An Indonesian dude owns a silver Alteza. He's got the what are they called? Vibratech. Let me just Google it. It's in my saved thing. I think it's called Vibratech. Vibratechnics. He's got Vibratechnics engine mounts, and the difference is absolutely phenomenal. We went for a ride in my car, which is 200 horsepower with the ITBs. We went for a ride in his car, and as a passenger in that car, and yeah, the feeling is different. Passenger, it felt fast with those engine mounts. You get none of this engine rotation under acceleration, so you get all of that lost physics transferred from the engine to the wheels, and it just feels so much faster. Now the dashboard rattles and things like that, but I mean, maybe my number one mod would be engine mounts and diff bushes. Not diff bushes, suspension bushes. Because it's going to liven the car up a lot. Take away all the slop. And there's a lot of slop in a car from 1998 in 2024. I really want to do the bushes, but it's just because the Japanese yen is so fucked right now. It's going to be several thousand of my dollars, where it's only 300 euro and you're making maybe 10 euro an hour or something. I'm only making, like, if I worked a minimum wage job, I'd be making like 2 euro an hour, because the yen is so fucked up. So the ability to buy that bushing, the engine mounts and the bushing set, is just off the table because the yen is so fucked up. I will do it. I guarantee it. I will do it. I want to do a video on fucked bushes, OEM bushes, and the Vibratechnics. If I can get my hands on any others, I'll do that, but unlikely. The TRD is supposed to be the best. The best of two worlds, because they're not that hard, but they're not that soft. But they don't make them anymore. If you can get your hands on them, they're quite a lot of money. I would rather just go with the Vibratechnics, the Vibration Technics ones. But the only way I could do that with the yen in its current state is if I was to get sponsorship, or someone just sent me a set, or yeah, the only way I could do it is if they were free or heavily discounted. I just can't come up with that money. The Alteza has run its course as far as money goes. I need to move on to the Cappuccino. My goal is to get the Cappuccino back on the road before my birthday, which is June. So I don't have a lot of months left, and I need to put my money into that. Even then, the Cappuccino isn't going to cost, to get the Cappuccino back on the road, hopefully won't cost as much as the suspension and engine mounts for the Alteza would cost, potentially. So it makes no sense to do that. Just piss my money away in exchange rates. So yeah, suspension bushes and engine mounts would be my number one. That's the number one thing I would do, hands down. What else? Sway bars. I have the TRD sway bar set. I've never even fitted it. Oh, it's so much better with sway bars. I've never even fitted it. I've had it for years. I bought that sway bar kit back way back when. When I first bought the car, I bought that sway bar kit. Never fitted it to the car. So do I recommend sway bars? Yeah, I don't think so. It depends. If you're hitting the track, maybe you want that extra grip. But, I mean, new bushes are probably going to help with that. Where else could we go? A diff. If you're not drifting it, you don't need a two-way. If your Torsen diff isn't fucked, you don't need to do anything with that. Chassis bracing. Does it work? Does it not work? Good question. I don't think so. What else would you do? Moving forward in the car. Brakes. I'm on standard brakes with cheap Project Move Best Stop, which are the cheapest Project Move pads that are available. My mentor over at the shop laughed at me for getting those. Like, they're not going to stop you. I can braking drift with it. Brake, it weight transfers. The back of the car comes around, you accelerate. What else do I need brakes for? I can lock up the wheels, like, so brakes, no, I don't think the Alteza needs a brake upgrade. Really? I've never had brake fade. Moving further forward. Camber arms. If you're not hitting the track, don't do it, because you're just going to wear out the inside of your tires. The only reason I have upper arms and the tension rods is for the track. So it drove perfectly fine before I did all of that. Don't bother. Moving forward, oil cooler, nah, don't need it. Power steering cooler, maybe. I've heard a lot of people say that the power steering fucks out in Altezas a lot. But, I mean, in this day and age, in 2024, there are a lot of electronic power steering options. And some of them, I'm told, bolt right in. So, why would you fuck around with... I mean, if you've seen the videos of me dealing with that shit, if you can fuck that off, then please do. And then tell me how you did it so that I can do it too. Because running hydraulic power steering in 2024 is kind of fucking stupid, really. If you can find another option that works, then yeah, the Alteza power steering pumps just fuck out, I'm told. Mine's still good, touch wood. Next time I drive it, the power steering pump will probably fuck out. But yeah, power steering cooler, maybe it's a good mod. Bigger battery, no, don't need it. Catch tank, yeah, I mean, if everything's running the way it should, then no, you don't need it. So what do we got? ECU, tune, bushes, and then drive it. Yeah, that's what I would do. The two things. Bushes, engine mounts, ECU and tune. And that would do everything that I ever wanted it to do. Drift, if you are going to drift it, then yeah, start looking at suspension and things like that. Alteza is an older car, so maybe you want to do the suspension the same time you do the bushes. So maybe that's my third thing, suspension. That'll make a huge difference. But not if you've got shitty tires. So maybe wheels and tires, or tires are number one thing. I don't know, man. It's such a difficult question. So I ranted on without looking at the chat for a long ass time. There's a lot of information there, I suppose. Again, I'm not an expert, just some idiot that went down a certain path, and there are certain things that I would change and certain things that I'm happy with. I was told not to go with, I believe not, I don't know how to pronounce it, T-E-I-N, is that the teen suspension? Don't fucking touch it. It's junk. Gonna make some people mad there, but it's junk. It's shit. Don't touch it. Go with, if you can get your hands on it, get Apexi, Öhlins, or Bilstein. Those are the three that I would do. Apexi because it's Öhlins. It's just rebranded, and it's, as far as I know, it's cheaper than Öhlins. So yeah, do that. That's what I've got. Love it. I picked up my set for, I think, $250. I have a spare set ready to go if I ever need to for another $250. So I've got two sets. I'll switch them. I don't know if the second set are any good, but they look really clean. I'll send this set off to get rebuilt because they can do that because they're good. Öhlins. And then bring them back, put them in the box if these are any good, and they'll be ready to go when these ones fail, and I'll just keep switching out. I'll never have to buy suspension again. If you buy HKS, we could rebuild them. According to my mentor, the shop over there, he says every time he's tried to send HKS shocks in to be rebuilt, they say, no, these are too far gone, we can't rebuild them, please buy new ones. So, HKS can suck a dick as far as suspension goes. Yeah, okay, wait, whoa. I need to scroll up in the chat. Yeah, Nostalgia Boy says, I agree, never try a skid if you have traction and ABS in. Well, I didn't say anything about a skid. I said ripping up the handbrake. If you can do a burnout with traction control and ABS on, I salute you, sir. You got a video, and that's about the, you got a video or reel about it. It was the earthing kit, and no, I don't. I can, if I can remember, when I'm sober. Breathed in when I should have breathed out. I think don't do this. Don't do this. In the chat, DJ's written, I think I need one. I think I need one. Oh, I'm dying. Hang on. Sorry. Let me just clear this up and then I'll... Don't do this. DJ's written, I think I need one minus... Oh, no. It says, I think I need one. Mine's on stock ECU and having weird idle issues and runs kind of rough. Oh, wait, that was... We already talked about that. That was the earthing kit. Don't say I need one. One should be substituted for the thing that you're talking about, because if I go back, I'll forget what we were talking about and then do what I just did. And then it's T37s versus their work emotions. Where are we actually up to? Looking, scrolling down. Nostalgic Boy says, rip, I don't know what you're ripping about. He says, damn sound advice there. I don't know what advice that was. You need to put context in your messages, otherwise I don't. Because I rant for ages. I have no idea what you're talking about anymore. The throttle lock and the mechanical TB won't work on stock ECU, right? Yes, they will. The $300 one does. The mechanical lock 3D printed thing does as well. However, you lose all your idle ups and shit. So it works. I don't recommend it. I would say you should go with there's the $300 kit that comes with some wiring and everything else, and everything works perfectly on the stock ECU. There you go. Nostalgic Boy, Premium Japan Throttle Body Kit. That's the one you want. As far as I know, they throw cell. Check engine light. The Premium Japan one doesn't. The other one might, yeah. Oil cooler's a must for your diff. See, you say that. But, I mean... Where's your proof? There's no proof of that. You don't have a temperature gauge on your diff oil to know how hot it's getting. All you know is that some people in Ireland, I guess, you're referring to, have blown up their diffs because they're getting their oil too hot. Well, how hot's too hot? What kit are they using for their diff oil coolers? Do you have any other information other than an oil cooler is a must for your diff? I'm going to go out on a limb and say you don't. All you're hearing is people have blown up diffs. Why? Don't know. Is an oil cooler a must? I don't know. No idea. A casual 3UZ. Yeah, just a casual engine swap. Guess who's back? Patrick's back. We have Aristo brakes stock. If they're not good enough for a twin turbo car, if they're good enough for a twin turbo car, why not the Alteza, right? Well, I agree. I mean, there is people that put like super brakes on it, but I just don't see why. Like, it's like people want brake upgrades on a Cappuccino. The car doesn't weigh anything. It locks the brakes stock. I just don't see why you need bigger brakes unless you're getting brake fade. If you start getting brake fade, sure, okay. But I'm just not seeing you getting brake fade off a track. Double Romp. Nice name. Double Romp at the same time. Yeah, it's on the to-do list. I don't think I'll ever get that. What do you think the chance I have successful... Oh, wait. Sorry, hang on. I'm drinking. What do you think the chance I have successfully using the stock Accel pedal and stock Accel pedal position sensor disconnected from the throttle body, controlling a Bosch e-throttle with a G4X? You have a G4X. You can do whatever the fuck you like. Straight up. Yeah, you can do whatever the hell you like. I'm not sure how you... Because you're talking about using an e-throttle. The pedal doesn't have... The pedal doesn't have any kind of electronic signal from it. So, you might... I don't know how you're going to control a e-throttle from the stock pedal unless... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a Bosch e-throttle looks like. Does it have a wheel for the cable? If it does, then you're probably going to be fine. But, yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know much about... I don't know anything about the Bosch e-throttle other than that it's drive-by-wire and not... Well, is it cable? I don't know if it's got a cable attachment. There's no... Accel pedal position sensor. The Accel pedal position sensor is built into the stock throttle body. So if you remove that, then you remove all of your drive-by-wire. So how could you do that? What do I think the chance is of doing exactly what you said? Slim. But if you were to somehow make the standard pedal drive-by-wire, which I don't see why you couldn't do it. Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't do it. How easy? I wouldn't say it'd be very easy. If I had a Link G4X, I would run the stock throttle body because the butterfly is big enough and you can tell the ECU you can tell the ECU to tell the throttle body to fuck off and turn all of that shit off inside the G4X. So going to a Bosch e-throttle is kind of... I mean, you've got an e-throttle. It's kind of... I don't know whether I'd bother. I think the OEM throttle would be fine there. I think. But I'm not a pro on that. I don't know. It's because people don't use ATF for the power steering. ATF helps them stay clean. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I used ATF. There you go. Nostalgic Boy says, I have Tine. And I agree. Yep, don't buy Teen. It's junk. It's cheap stuff. It's not junk. I run TRD so fucking good. TRD what? Suspension or the bushes? The suspension, I had the suspension at one point. I don't know whether I had it because someone bought it off Yahoo Auction and I was sending it to them, or I had it. I bought it and didn't use it. I don't remember. At some point I've had TRD suspension. I don't know why. I don't think I ever run it in the car. Pio says live ? Yes, it's live. I've been live for... How long have I been live for? Quite some time. I need to go to OBS to see how long I've been live. It doesn't say. And because it's live, there are no dolphins. I can say fuck, and it just says fuck. There's no dolphins. I don't know how long I've been live for. It's cool. Whatever. I'm going to stay live as long as there are people to talk to. Daniel says, back to the power steering problem in Russia. They've changed the pump to an 1JZ pump. Yeah, but you're still relying on a belt-driven hydraulic system. If I could, I'd get rid of it. If you're on the track, you don't, and hauling balls, do you even really need power steering? Probably not. If I had a bolt-in, and I mean a bolt-in, very minimal work, electric option, I'd do it. Same with AC. If I had a bolt-in, very minimal work, electric AC option, I'd do that too. So someone pioneer that for me, because it's not something that I want to do. I know Prius stuff works. Some of the Prius stuff runs on 12 volts, old stuff, and you can use the Prius power steering, AC pump. But yeah, it draws a lot of current, I'm told. But I'm not an expert on that. If I had a fairly easy to install electronic power steering, I'd do that, because I don't like. Alteza is a heavy car. Whatever you can get rid of, you should get rid of. So if a power steering pump, it's a heavy thing, get rid of it. Power steering cooler just adds weight, get rid of it. The reservoir, get rid of it, and then have an electric rack. Would be how I would like to do it. Geomantic says, hey, thanks for all the content. You're one of the big reasons I pulled the trigger on 3SGE for my A86. Really? Thanks for the torque specs in your videos. Oh, yeah. Fucking torque specs. Oh, no, just nip it up, mate. Be fine. You don't need torque. You don't need torque specs. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You see what I did there? See what I did there? I'm almost out of beer. I need like a, have I got that on? Do I have that on? Do I have that somewhere? I've got that. So I need to find that. You don't know what I'm thinking, but I'm thinking something. Is there a way? I don't even know how to do that. I need to learn how OBS works. There's an old thing. Let's all go to the lobby. It's like an interlude. Way back in my day, actually before my day, movies were cut in half. And in the middle, there was a black and white thing. I never actually saw it in the movies. It's just, I saw it on I don't know where I saw it. There's like an interlude. Let's all go to the lobby and get ourselves a treat. I was thinking if I could get that to play, that could play while I go piss and get a beer. Otherwise, it's just going to be an empty chair. And I've been live for 2 hours and 4 minutes. Thanks, DJ. Yeah, it's just going to be an empty chair. And anybody coming into the live stream while I'm gone is going to be like, what the fuck is this? And I guess you guys could be just like repeatedly write repeatedly, he's gone for a piss, he's gone for a piss, he's getting another beer. That would work. If you guys could do that, that would work. I could get beer and I wouldn't have to organize that thing. Jeez, look at me. That's interesting. If I look at OBS, which is I don't know if you know about lives, but you need to have a program running to accept your video signal and then transfer that into some shit, which sends it to YouTube, which puts it live. If I watch OBS, I get live. I can actually see myself moving. But if I watch YouTube, if I close this window and go to YouTube, it's really delayed. Like, my hands haven't started moving back and forward yet. You're not even going to know that I just did that, because, yeah, that's not going to work. But, yeah, it's delayed. So I'm actually a lot better to watch the OBS feed, because that's actually live, and I still get the comments. Well, okay, so beams on an A86. That's interesting that I'm one of the big reasons you pulled the trigger on a 3SGE for your beams 86. Can you elaborate on that? I'd really like to hear why. Why was I the reason you... Because I don't rave about the 3SGE. So can you explain why you came to that conclusion that putting a 3SGE in an 86 was a good idea? Geomantic? I would like to know. Noriaro's got an A86 with the beams in it, so I can understand why he might have been a source of inspiration, but I don't know why I would be a source of inspiration for putting a 3SGE in an A86. So if you could elaborate on that, I'd really like to know. But I am actually going to have to... I am running out of beer. The tank is full. So I will need to pee very, very soon. The wall PC is going to get chopped. I'm going to modify that. I went to IKEA today and I bought some more of these. These are like peg boards because I've got people sent me Matchboxes and Hot Wheels, and they're all sort of stacked on each other, and I want to display them properly. So these are going to go on that wall where you'll never see them, and this wall behind me will stay ugly as shit forever. I kind of want to put a couch or sofa in here. This room was supposed to be sort of open so that we could play Beat Saber, but I never play Beat Saber. When I start live streaming from the driving rig, the driving simulator I have in the other room, I'll talk about it more, but because the PC is mounted to the wall, all of the wiring goes into the wall, which means I have options. Wires can come out this side into this room, or they can come out the other side into the other room. So right now, my VR is in the other room. If I unplug it, I can bring it in here and plug it in this room using the same PC as it sits. Don't have to extend cables or anything else. If you do that, it fucks up your VR. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Oh, the last video. You got to keep in mind. Just keep in mind. You got to keep in mind. Be aware of that. Just got to be aware. Drive myself nuts. That is cool. The wall. Yeah, the wall. Yeah, having the PC on the wall does provide benefits because, well, in this house anyway. I'd probably do it in another house as well. If this wall, because it's a dividing wall and there's no insulation in these walls. So you drill a hole in it, feed your wires in, and then they pop out on the other side, or they pop out back on this wall, back on this side. And the results of it having it bolted to the wall is that it's not taking up any bench space. It's not taking up any floor space. It's just there. Yeah, that's why I did it. Yeah, it was thought out. It wasn't thought out perfectly because to change out a hard drive on the initial setup meant you had to take the whole goddamn thing off the wall. Now I can just slot hard drives in and out very easy. Well, moderately easy. I digress. What were we even talking about? Geomatic says, I got an SR5 A86. SR5 is the American A86, is that correct? I don't know what the difference between the A86s are. I know there's Levin and Trueno, A85 and A86, but I don't really know what an SR5 is. To me, an SR5 is, my memory is an SR5 is a Corolla wagon, but I know that an SR5 is also an A86, so I don't really know. If you could clarify what that is, that'd be cool. And the 4AC, ooh, 4AC, it's a carbureted, I think, carbureted 4A, it's a 4A engine that's carbureted, I think. Do they have? I've had 4ACs before. I can't remember whether they had a carburetor or they were fuel injected. Anyway, that doesn't matter. The 4AC from buddy that passed away. Oh, wow. So you got the car and the engine from a buddy that passed away. Well, that's, yeah. I don't know how to deal with that sort of thing. I'm a bit, yeah, I'm gonna move on from that. I'm sorry about your loss. Yeah. Anyway, and it only had 48 horsepower. Well, that's K-car power, that is. In the States, doesn't have enough for the highways. No, it wouldn't. So I was looking at a 4AGE, cost about 2 to 3K. Wow. 2 to 3K for a 4AGE. So finding that there are a lot of 3SGE conversions for A86 SR5, but seeing some work on and suggesting 3SGE gave me inspiration to just fucking do it. Well, as long as you're having a good time, post your Instagram in there so I can go and have a look. If you have an Instagram, I want to see what Instagram or what you're actually running there. Yeah, the A86 world is kind of dominated. The 3SGE stuff is kind of dominated by, wait, start again. The A86 3SGE world is kind of dominated by Doctored Garage? He's kind of that guy, right? He does all the videos on that particular engine in that particular chassis, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I have a bit of feelings. I'm in my feelings about that guy a little bit. And I'll talk about that if you're interested. Ask why in the comments, and I will I'll answer that question after I get another beer and empty my gasoline tank, if that makes any sense. So do me a favor while I'm gone, because I'm going to drink this, go to the toilet, get a beer, and come back. While I'm gone, can you just like, why what? Oh, I said why. Yeah. See, you did it again. Don't ask why. You have to put the context. When you... Hey! I was talking to you earlier. Yeah, I'm doing live and I'm getting drunk. But I need to go piss and get a beer. So, can you keep... Like, not spam the chat section, but like write... I don't know, he's going to piss. Or he'll be back in a minute. Or write actual questions. Or actual comments in the chat, so that if somebody comes in while there's an empty chair here, they won't just straight away leave. Okay? You got pocket whiskey. My man. Pocket whiskey. I'm trying, I've got Sapporo Extra Brew. It's fucking Extra Brew. Pocket whiskey. Pocket whiskey. Alright, hang on. Alright, so I'm going to finish this, go to the toilet, get another beer, come back, do me a favor, keep the comments rolling so that anybody new comes in, don't just see an empty seat and think this is dead, okay? I'll be back in a second. I have returned with, and I bring beer. I only brought one can with me. Yo, I'm back. All right, I only brought one can, so I'm gonna have to leave again, depending on how long you keep me here. The guy I was watching, the live stream I was watching, live stream I was watching yesterday was a 12-hour long live stream. This guy works 16 hours, sleeps 5 hours, and has 3 hours of free time every day. And 16 hours of work yesterday was 12 hours of streaming. That's a lot. That's why in the Messenger, I'm in the Messenger group on like Facebook Messenger. If you join that group, you get infinitely more access to me if that's a thing that you're interested in. I'm in there all the time, sharing random thoughts, drunken thoughts, and whatever else. And one of the things I wrote yesterday was, what if I just went live like a lot? Because I saw this dude doing it, and it was like, maybe people just want to chat to me or watch me while I'm... editing's kind of difficult to do that, though, because I need to... There's things that I cut out, and yeah, it's probably not a good idea to do that, but like playing a game or something like that, maybe if you guys are interested in doing that, watching me play a game, if I can find a game that makes me pissed off, then you might get a lot of... I know you guys like the rage. You like it when I lose my shit. So if I could find a game that really pisses me off, then that might be entertaining. I need to open this beer. And back to the chat. Now we all raid Dave's stuff. There's nothing to raid, dude. I don't have anything worth taking. I call dibs on the Tomica Alteza. Well, this was a present, and so I'll die with it. Customer service is only available in case this product purchased in Japan and inquired from Japan domestic. Rude. Toyota says, no, it's not even Toyota, is it? It's Tomitech. Tomica says, fuck you, international people. It's made in China. It's made in China, but the Japanese people are being snobs about fucking customer service. Hiya. What do you think? Is this cooler or is this cooler? I actually quite like this. I think this is probably cooler. Cooler? I take that back. I think this is equally as cool. These are rad. You see that? Look at the proportion of it. It's hard to film it. It's got like body roll because it's drifting. It's on full lock. Rad. Okay, where were we? Dibs on the cappuccino. You don't want my cappuccino, it's stock. You just want the cappuccino so you have something to do with that crank that you've got. Your crank can get put to good use. How's the Serenity? The Serenity is not as good here as it is in Bonnie Doon, I'll tell you that. Bonnie Doon, Lake Bonnie Doon. Shout out Dave, though he emailed all the Alteza manuals for free to me once. Did I? Because I couldn't find them on the internet without paying stupid money. Did I? That was dumb. What did I do that for? No, if you want manuals and stuff, go to www.garagekei.com/manuals, and everything that I have is there for you to download again and again and again and again and again. And I can't monetize that page because it's all none of that shit's mine. So everything that I've ever found for there's like some of the 3SGE stuff, like there's an oil seal on the oil pump pulley that isn't in the Alteza service manuals. It's not there. There's no part number, there's nothing. It's not in the parts diagrams. It is not referenced at all in the Alteza stuff, but it is listed in one of the MR2 service manuals. So you'll find that on the Garage Kei manuals page 2. So go there. There's a lot of shit. Don't message me about there's like for the, I think it's IS200 or IS300 zip file that's like when you download it and you load it up, it comes up like a website and you can click things and it's all fucking sketchy. Don't email me about that not working properly. I didn't make it. It's janky as fuck, but it does actually work if you can figure out how it works. It does work. I know that because I've been through it all and I uploaded what I used. So it does work. It's just janky as fuck. So don't email me saying it doesn't work. I didn't make it. Why do I have IS300, IS200 shit on my website for Alteza? Because all the suspension stuff is the same. The torque settings for all of that is the same. I have the Alteza service manual and the electric denky fucking, what's it called? Wiring. Fuck, I don't know. The electric manual. I've got that one as well in actual book form. They're worth an absolute mint now. Hey, Dave, can you scan that and upload it? No. No, I can't. No. I don't have time. Even if I had time. Doing that devalues that. And I'm kind of against that. Even though information should be free. It wasn't free when I bought it. If you know what I mean. So when money is no longer a thing that I am desperate to get, yeah, no worries. I'll scan everything for you. When I've got an editor that works for me 7 days a week that can edit all my videos for me and I can just sit here and scan books for you, yeah, no worries. I'll devalue everybody's books. But right now, I can't justify the time, and if I ever want to sell those books, I want them to still be worth something because I want to get my money back. You know what I mean? Maybe I sound like a dick, but you're not in my situation to appreciate that. Sorry. Yep, that's that. That's amazing. Find any real information about the 3SGE is near impossible. Well, I mean, I'm hoping to change that. I really am. I'm hoping that nobody ever has to go through what I'm going through, because I'm not a pioneer of this shit, but the people that have done it before haven't documented it well enough, in my opinion. So hopefully through, I mean, I was saying earlier that my channel isn't supposed to be, and I never want it to be, a how-to or like a reference, but it's for entertainment, and I hope you enjoy watching my antics and don't just go there for the information, because I'm learning the same time I'm learning like 6 months ahead. If you're using my channel as a means to learn stuff, I learned it 6 months or 3 months before I'm showing you. So I'm not an expert on any of this shit. But hopefully it's helpful. But above all, I hope it's entertaining. Yeah. What if we paid you to scan it? I mean, the thing, you'd pay for the book, so the book is devalued for me, and then I don't care. Then you'd pay for my time to sit there and scan it. And it's that thick. It's that thick. So how many hours is that going to take on a bed, on a bed scanner? If I had the scanner I want there is a scanner that I want. It's an overhead thing, and it's got de-glare, and it's just brilliant. I want that so that I can do my Dirty Magazine Day videos with it. But it's like $700, and it's like, those videos don't even do very well, so I'm probably just going to stick with what I've got and adjust the lighting a little bit and do it like this. It's probably going to be adequate. Yeah, there's no point producing $1 million, a video that costs $1 million to make if it's only going to make $20. And as Nathan would say, it could be the best video in the world, but if no one watches it, who gives a shit? SQ Engineering has some manuals. Yes, they do. I collected all of theirs. They didn't make any of them. They just put their logos on the actual service manual stuff. I think I collected all of those, and they're on the Garage Kei manuals thing as well. I didn't remove any of their watermarks or anything else. It's all still there. Oh, no, I'm not going to delete... No, freedom of information, man. If SQ Engineering has some manuals, absolutely share that. Absolutely. If you know of any others, please write them in the comments too, because I probably don't know either. I'm absolutely not against... I'm not gatekeeping, never gatekeeping information at all. I hate incorrect information. If you know about my antics on Facebook, I get quite worked up about people sharing information that's false, but information that's true and verifiable, absolutely share away. Happy. Yep, garagekei.com/manuals has everything that I have except for those books, but I think... I mean, everything I've done so far should be what most people are going to do, and I think that every time I've done that, I've given you the talk settings, and you can't get anything more than talk settings out of a manual you can't read anyway. It's Japanese, right? Like the Alteza service manual's in Japanese. If I scanned it, what are you going to do with it? You could Google Translate it. You could. A lot of the terms are Google translatable. Yeah, you could do that. Fair enough. But the manual itself, as it sits, is useless. It's not useless. It's problematic for those that don't understand Japanese. Other content. Sorry, it's really far away. I'm going to move in a bit. Other content creator working with this platform go from step 1 to 34 like it's fucking magic. Right? They do that. They go from step 1 to 34. Okay, I'm just going to tighten this bolt. All 7 bolts are done. How the fuck did you get to that one at the back there that I can't get to? Oh, wait, I'll watch Dave's video. Oh, he struggled with it for 35 minutes. Now I don't feel like a fucking retard. Oops, shouldn't say any of those words. But yeah, it's exactly my point. I want to show you that it takes longer than 10 minutes to finish a car. Ranting. Step 1 to 34. Like it's fucking magic. When you're trying to piece together solutions for your car, I 100% agree. And that's where I'm coming from. 100% where I'm coming from. Talk settings are only thing the manuals really provide. Yeah. They also provide, like, if you want to test a sensor, what the resistance should be for them. They're good for that. I really, really like the wiring diagrams ones. The wiring diagram manual, love that. But the service manual itself, you're right, it's torque settings and sensor checking, really. But I mean, I don't really check. If I think a sensor is fucked, I normally just replace it. It's 20 math. It's over 25 years old. Just replace it. Like, it's probably rooted. Just save yourself the drama. Oh, pull it out, test it. Now I need the O-ring to put it back in again. Fuck. Nah, just replace it. I'd buy an FSM for nostalgia alone. I could find one. Well, you can buy that book. The big thick book comes up on Yahoo Auction from time to time. And if you find one, you'll understand why I don't want to devalue it, because they're money. They're money. Yeah. Ben Bear Jones says, glad I'm not the only one who starts a 10-minute job and is still on it an hour later. An hour later? Jesus, you're quick. Hour later? I don't finish anything in an hour. Days, mate. Days. The video I just uploaded before I went live is a video of me cleaning the every van. I think I was doing that for 3 days, mate. And nothing happens in 10 minutes. Nothing happens in an hour. Like, the amount of footage I have to edit for one video is hours of footage. And like if you go back to my old videos, I left a lot of it in because I thought that it was even more important to show you the struggle. But as I've grown as a YouTuber, I've learned that you can get what the struggle is if I just show you my frustration through what I'm saying or facial expressions. So now I I load the video into my editor, which is DaVinci Resolve, and I scroll through until I see a change in the audio, and I'll check what the audio is. And if it's me saying something, I'll cut before it, cut after it, and then, unless I'm like drilling holes or something, but I'll see a spike in the audio too, and it'll be like a quick half a second of drilling that hole, because you don't need to see me standing there for 15 minutes trying to drill through stainless while the drill bit is fucking itself. You'll know that by my mood after that. But I didn't know that when I was making my older videos. So I'd much rather than spending a week scanning the service manual, I'd rather go through my original videos and re-edit them so that they're watchable. Because the content that you find useful for the Alteza now, you try building a Kei truck. You think the Alteza's bad. There's nothing for a Kei truck. Nothing. Not a thing. And all of the manuals that have been translated into English are for the wrong truck. It'll tell you it's the right truck, but it's not. Even if you buy the manual, you get it, open it up, and it's for the wrong truck. You can't do anything. Engine's in the wrong fucking place. Fucking rant. Just rant. Test and replace only when broken. Way cheaper. Yeah, but way bigger head fuck. Plus, I'm so incompetent. I'll test it and it'll test fine. And then someone competent will test it and go, this sensor's fucked, mate. What were you doing? Yeah. Double romp. Why a E-throttle swap and not the stock throttle body? Answer, oh, nice. Mine's Dicky. I don't want to spend 600 AUD on a... I can get 600 AUD for my old throttle body? Well, I didn't know that. I've still got it. It's in really good condition. Jesus, 600 AUD for an OEM fucking throttle body? Yeah, no, I wouldn't be doing that either. I'd be looking for other solutions as well. But yeah, my throttle body's worth money. Who knew? If you find one on Yahoo Auction, you can probably... I'm scratching my ears and things like I'm telling fibs. But look on Yahoo Auction for a throttle body, and then get it sent over. It's light, it's small. You can probably get it shipped for between 30, I want to say 30 and 80, between $30 or $80. You'll be able to get it shipped. And the throttle body, I mean, you're not going to pay 600 AUD because the Japanese yen is all fucked up. Look on Yahoo Auction, find a throttle body, contact Jesse Streeter, and he'll ship it out for you. If you have any troubles, DM me and I can do it for you. Competitive rates, service without a smile. Super Helpful is in the chat. Super Helpful is the first, he's number one. He's the first member that this channel ever got. So, fucking cheers to Liam. Cheers, mate. I have been drinking. I will verify that. Let me just, yeah, I'm just going to make sure that I didn't tell pork pies and a bag of trout. I should do that on my phone, actually. Let me just sit here and play with my phone while I'm going live. Super professional YouTube studio. It's only a few clicks on the phone. It's I don't even know where it is on the PC. So, but yeah, I believe that... oh, that's weird. Okay, weird. I believe that Liam, Super Helpful was... Yeah, he was. Super Helpful was the first person to sign up for membership on the YouTubes. So, thank you, sir. Number 2 was Brian Bishop, and number 3 was Dirk. Number 4 was Sean TT. Number 5 was Temjet. They're the top 5s. Number 6 was Sam's Laps, Stuart Ross, Greg Ford, Nostalgic Boy, my old man, Kieran, Justin, Jingling, Ryan, Sam, Luigi, the wife. The wife was all the way down there. That's right. Genray, don't know how to pronounce it. S70 Driver, Mino, Saplane Guy, Daniel Ton, Matt. I can't pronounce your name, dude. There's just, it's long. I don't want to butcher it. So Matt, Richard, something in Japanese. I'm sorry, I can't read it. But I appreciate you. Blizzardy, Rotten Sun, John Marshall, Mark, Richard, Pio, and Joe S. Joe S was actually, he was a, oh, I see. Oh, wow. That's confused. Joe S was, so Joe was a member from a while ago. He actually cancelled it. He didn't cancel his membership. He upgraded his membership and actually bumps him from his position to, like, newly joined. But he didn't newly join. Does it mess up? It doesn't mess up his icon though. So he's been a member for at least 3 months, judging by the icon, but he only rejoined 2 days ago. And thank you, Joe S, for rejoining and going to the higher tier. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Yeah, that was a weird tangent to go on. Whoa! Oh, wow. Is that what happened? Wait. Is that what happened? Hang on. Oh, did that just... Did that just happen? Super helpful. So that's when Liam arrived on the year anniversary of one of my 10-minute jobs. Well, I don't really know what that means. I'm drinking. So I need a lot of context, otherwise I'm hopeless. Today I'm drinking Sapporo Extra Brew. This isn't a paid sponsorship, a paid promotion, but it could be if Sapporo contacts me. I'm drinking from a super cheap auto stubby cooler. It's not a paid promotion, but it could be. And then Double Romp, worth money. I don't know, but what's people local are asking. I see. You're talking about the throttle body. Just need to wind the cogs back a little bit. The throttle body. Yeah, I still have mine. I think the going price on Yahoo Auction is about 30,000 yen. So that'd be like, I think that's like 250 AUD. But you're right. Is it worth it? If you can get a better result from using a Bosch, then yeah. If you've already got the Link G4X, then yeah. But I would definitely research how that's going to work before I dove into it, because I don't know how you're going to get... It's an analog pedal. All of the digital shit happens inside the OEM throttle body. So if you go from the cable, how are you going to get that cable to change from analog to digital? There's probably a thing you can buy, but I don't know. Maybe you need to put a servo on the... Sorry, the heater just turned on. I look over and Ted's looking at me like this through the glass. If you don't know, Ted's my dog, but he's like this. His nose is on the glass and he's looking at me like this through the glass, like, open the door. I can hear the heater in there. He's not cold. It's warm out there. It's fine. Now I've lost my train of thought, but yeah, thanks, Ted. Anyway, yeah, maybe you can put a servo on the pedal. Maybe mount a servo to the pedal mount, and at the fulcrum, you could fit a wheel that attaches with prongs to the pedal mech. That would work. Yeah, you could do that. I don't know, maybe there's a kit for that already. That'd be cool. That would work. I need to get down to this. Oh, there, DJ's got. I could send one for $80 New Zealand dollars from New Zealand. Yeah, there you go. Look what's happening here. This chat is helping people get cheap parts. Look at that. DJ's got an OEM throttle body from New Zealand for $80. Yeah, hey, well done, DJ, coming through. Super helpful. I am a member of the elite. You are the 1% of the 1%. You are number one. If anyone asks who number one is, that's you. You are the first. You were the first. You are the first. So, cheers to you. You're the reason I get absolutely shit-faced all the time, because it's in the contract. So what happened here? Double romp. Is that actually... There's a green thing on the screen, and I think... So I'm going to refresh. It is. Double romp and Geomatic became members. Thank you very much for joining, dudes. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how to thank the members for joining. I don't, like, the whole membership thing. I turned membership thing on. I turned it on. Let's just wind a few cogs back. YouTube contacted me and they're like, hey, turn on your memberships and we'll give you a bonus. How much? A lot. For me, it was a lot of money if I turned on memberships. And it was like from November to January, turn it on and we'll give you a sizable monetary bonus. And I was like, cool. I put out the word, please join. I'm not trying to get your money as a member. Just join, stay for 2 months, and then if you want to, bail. Just help me get this bonus from YouTube, because it was sizable. And then I reached it. I had to get 35 members in 35 days. Killed it. More than that. More members than that. Killed it. Easily got to 35. I expected after January 15, I think was the deadline. I expected everybody to leave. And people just didn't. They just stayed. I don't know whether it's because they haven't figured out how to cancel their membership or whatever, or they really just want to stay members and support the channel. But for whatever reason, I really appreciate you still being here. Like, I don't know how to thank you. I don't know how to express the gratitude that I have for the members, because I don't know, like, yeah, I'm rambling about that. Thank you to everyone who is a member. Thank you to Double Romp and Geomatic for becoming members tonight. If we talk about only money, then the fact that Double Romp and Geomatic, Double Romp and Geomatic became members, your membership will give me more money than I will make for this entire, 3 hours of live chat? Easily, probably triple it. Your 2 memberships will give me triple the money that YouTube will give me for all of the ads you have to endure while this thing is going on. If you get an ad, make sure you write it in the comments what the ad is, because we can give the ad shit live. I was watching, I think I've said it a few times, at least 2 times, the live I was watching yesterday. Every time they got ads, it was for Amazon, and they were giving Jeff Bezos shit. I thought it was funny. Low salary. I know that username. Who is low salary? Did you go to the 2024 Capo? Yes, I did. It was at Nico. If you... who is low salary? It's so difficult to remember who people are based on their usernames. But yeah, I did go to the 2024 Nico circuit, all K-Car meeting at Nico circuit. Yes, I did go. Yes, I did film. It's in the queue to get edited. Who knows when that will be. Patrick says, my time will come. For now, we are in financial situation. You just had a kid, dude. So, yeah, I mean, I am very, very thankful to everybody who has become a member. But if you don't want to, or can't afford it, or don't think it's worth it, or don't want to enter into a contract with YouTube for paying for this, totally understandable. Totally understandable. No hard feelings. None at all. Quite happy to do this just for the ad revenue that YouTube gives me. So there is no need to justify why you haven't become a member. You don't need to say that you're in a financial situation. You just say, say nothing. You don't have to say anything. Just really, really grateful for the people that have, and I'm really grateful for the views and the subscriptions and the likes and the shares and all of the things, because it's all It's all amazing. It's all wonderful. And the beers. The beers. Getting on the beers. The more you drink of it, the better it gets, I reckon. My dad always used to say, the first beer, you should just chuck it away and start on the second one, because the first beer is always trash. Just start on the second beer. And I think I have a solution for that, but that's in a future episode. I need to get Nathan out here day drinking, and then I'll film a video, a beer. I'm going to film a beer video. Super Helpful says, I have one 10-minute job. Did I read that right? I have one 10-minute job that is still going a year later. Oh, is that, that's to do with your Alto, I presume? Oh, no, it's the tractor. The tractor was supposed to be a 10-minute job, then all hell broke loose. Ah, sounds like my timing belt. While you're in there, rip the sensor out of the original. Rip the sensor out of the original. See, this is why context is so important. I don't know. It says rip the sensor out of the original. The original. Oh no, the sensor isn't in the pedal. The sensor is. You're talking about the throttle body. The sensor is in the throttle body, not in the pedal. The pedal's dead. It's just there's no sensor in the pedal. It's literally 2 bolts that go to the firewall, that go to a fulcrum point with a pedal, and then that continues up to the wire. There's no electronics that go to that pedal at all. All of the electronics are inside the throttle body. So that's why you can't transplant that to your new throttle body. It don't work that way. Yeah, buy a pedal would be the way, if you can get it to bolt in. Like I did a video on it. But it's not its own separate video, so I don't know what video it's in. But the throw, if you know what the throw is if you've got what are we going to use? We're going to use this. If we pivot this on here, all the dust and shit coming off that. Good thing I'm using a can and not a glass. Right, so if we put our fulcrum here, you can see how far that top moves. If you know all of this, then just ignore me for a minute. If I move this up here, you see how it moves a different amount, but I have to move my hand more to get it to move the same. And if I move it down there, you see this? That's the throw. The throw on the standard pedal wasn't enough for the Panic ITBs. I had to bend the base out so that the pedal could travel far enough to pull the cable to run the Panic ITBs, because the wheel on the Panic ITBs is so freaking big. If that wheel was smaller, the cable could travel less distance and open the throttles quicker, and then the pedal could move less. I don't know why I started explaining that, but there are no electronics on the pedal. Yeah, so yeah, if you want to run a electronic throttle body, an aftermarket one, you'll either need a pedal or you'll need to rig something to the pedal to make it electronic, or maybe run the cable to something in the engine bay that can translate it into electric to run to the throttle. I don't know. I don't actually know how to solve that one. I'm sure there has to be a way to do it, because if you own, like, I don't know, a 1960s, 1950s Mustang or something, you don't want to run drive-by-wire throttle, but you might want an e-throttle. that's not going to work because they're all running giant carburetors. Yeah, that's not going to work, Dave. But you know what I mean? If you have an old car, you don't want to change the pedal because it'll change the look of the car. So there has to be a way to use the OEM pedal and then change it to drive-by-wire. There's got to be a way. Shit. If I had $1 million equipment, I've already figured out in my head how I would do it. I'd have like a clamp that goes onto the pedal, and the sensor can swing with the pedal, and then it's got like a prong that goes either side of the fulcrum, and as it rotates back and forth, that's where you get your throw from. That would work. Or you could probably go the other way around and mount your sensor on the fulcrum and have the two prongs come off to the pedal that moves back, and it would work. So maybe you need 4 prongs. Like a remote control car servo. That's not going to translate backwards like actually I don't think they work backwards. But yeah, like if you had a sensor that was like a remote control car servo, then I can't see, if you had a 3D printer or a CNC machine, why you couldn't make up some bracket that clips on or bolts on. It has to be doable. Has somebody done it? I don't know. Let us know if you find out. What's it say? I know how you can thank them. Make them a vid. Gaijin in a car honks to strangers. Oof. Honking your horn in Japan is actually without a emergency or a like imminent threat is actually illegal. You can get in trouble for it. Like someone's playing with their phone at the lights and you're stuck behind them. You're not actually allowed to honk your horn at them. You do, but if you piss the policeman off, he could actually give you a ticket for that. You're not allowed to honk your horn for no good reason in Japan. Even worse in Australia. Australia's worse than Nazi Germany when it comes to that sort of car shenanigans. I have never seen a clutch plate fracture into 3 pieces. I have, because you shared that photo in the messenger chat. Context, e-throttle, I think we crossed wires. I was going to try the pedal sensor from the OEM throttle body, just removed from the stock throttle body. Where is the pedal sensor on the stock throttle body? Huh. If you could do that, then yeah. But I just know there's nothing on the pedal itself. And I went on a huge rant about it for nothing. That's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Just use a potentiometer. A potentiometer is the word I was looking for. Yep, use a potentiometer. You could probably... The fulcrum on that pedal is probably thick enough you could drill a hole in and then, like, tap your potentiometer into it and then it's just good to go. You could probably do that. Exactly. A potentiometer. That's the word. A volume control thing, knob. Car with a train horn prank, Japan edition. It's actually funny you say that, because when we were filming the latest Gaijin in a car, we finished driving all the way down to wherever we went, and then on our way back we stopped at the local convenience store, and there was a guy who had a Toyota BB, if you know what that is. It looks kind of like a cube, but it's a BB. And he's like, we're like, showing interest in his car, and he's like, I want to show you this. So he pops the hood. He's got a set of set of air horns in there. And I'm thinking, oh, he's just got the Godfather theme. All right, whatever. Nah, rocks it on. La Cucaracha. I'm like, yeah, La Cucaracha! That is the horn that I would like for my Alteza. I would like, if one day I'll fit La Cucaracha horns to the Alteza, because I think that's the tune to have. Lots of people have the Godfather. I think La Cucaracha. If I could hide the air horns somehow, so that, where the hell did that even come from? Cops pull you over, open the hood, and it's a bonnet, you dickhead. And they can't see anything to bust you. That would be even better. Hide them inside the frame rails or something. That would be rad. La Cucaracha blaring from the frame rails. Yep, 100% about it. Any information out there regarding the Qualitat Alteza? It's just a tarted up, if you know what that means from Australian lingo. It's just an Alteza with extra bits on it, like nicer looking bit, different aero. I don't know that much about it. If Nostalgic Boy is still in here, he can probably write a list for you. But it's aero, it's a different instrument cluster, I think different seats. It's a trim level. There's no engine performance mods or anything on there. It may have a different diff, but I don't think so. Yeah, the Qualitat is mostly aesthetic as far as I know. Again, if Nostalgic Boy is still here, he'll be able to answer that for you. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know. Google would be the best thing to do for that. I could potentially do that right now. Let's open up this. Alteza Qualitat Modelista. What is it? The history of the Modelista. This is all in English. Modelista in Japanese. Here we go. What do we got? There's a Reddit post about what is the Alteza Modelista. This is taking a long time to load because I'm using all my bandwidth to stream. Probably shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I'm not. The history of the Modelista. That's going to be all in... Ooh, what the fuck is that? No, it was 1997. What do you want? That's just Toyota's history. Oh, I closed the window. Derp. The Reddit, it says... Well, this is saying IS300. He's got a whole bunch of photos and shit, though. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Dude, just opened a virus real quick. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think different colored wheels, maybe. I'm pretty sure it's 99% cosmetic. A Qualitat. Oh dear. Uh-oh. I'm lost. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Double Rom, appreciate the comments and the talk specs. I can only find in one of your videos once. I mean, if you want any other talk specs or whatever, specifically, I could take a photo of the service manual. It's not that hard to do. If you want, or, I mean, I can answer the question. But if you're doing anything that I've already done, there's the talk specs, if they exist, are likely in the video of the thing where I did it. Unfortunately, sometimes the thing that I'm doing isn't its own video, which is kind of disappointing, or not disappointing, what's the word? It's kind of inconvenient, that because and it's done that way because the primary goal of the videos is not to teach you all of the talk specs, but the talk specs and everything else are a byproduct of me entertaining you in a video, and my personality is that if it doesn't have talk specs, then I just have a bit of a problem with that. It's one of my problems with the Panic ITBs is that they don't have any talk specs at all. None. And if there was to be any from now, they would be made up. Nothing's tested or anything like that, I wouldn't have thought. And there is no way to know what is correct. I like to know what is correct. Yeah, so talk specs are a big thing. I like talk specs. The Toyota BB was sold as a Scion here. There you go. A Scion. So you know what it is. Yep, dude had La Cucaracha air horns in his Scion BB. Rad. You could literally use a fuel level sender. You could use a fuel level sender. Potentiometer as a variable resistor that's accurate. Yeah, you could. Don't use the Alteza one because they fuck out. But yeah, you could use from a reliable source. Yes, you could do that because it's just you could use a Scalextrics fucking hand controller because it's the same thing. You could do that. You could use a Scalextrics hand control. That would be funny. That would be funny. Wire up your Bosch throttle body to a Scalextrics controller. That would be very funny. I would like to see someone do that. There are 10 people in this live stream. If you haven't already, please get in the live chat, leave a comment, a question, or a criticism, or something, so that I have something to rant about. I can rant about the fact that it has got significantly colder in here all of a sudden, and I need to adjust the heater. Oof. Yeah, wow, this live stream is so... on the live stream... Wow, this is so delayed. It's so delayed. That's incredible how delayed that is. I'm just now watching my arms throw up in the air. My arms throw up. I threw my arms up in the air earlier. I don't know what I was talking about, but it just happened now. That's how delayed the footage is. I'm watching on a YouTube. So you guys aren't even going to hear me ask for comments until like 10 minutes after, 5 minutes after I actually asked it. That's nuts. And then there's going to be this dead time where I'm waiting for you guys to catch up. Oh, I've got no tissues. Oh yeah, here we go. I've got hay fever, and my nose is running and blocked up. Swap the pedal sensor with a bungee cord hooked up to a piezo pull resistor. Nice. The bungee cord will make the pedal response smoother. This is a good idea. Nice. I like it. Is that why you seem slow reading the comments? Yeah, well, I mean, the comment just arrived now. There's a massive delay between what I'm actually saying and when it's showing up on YouTube. It's very I don't actually know how much delay is there, because if I open OBS, there's probably half a second of delay, but if I open up YouTube, then it's quite delayed. If I open up the live chat on my phone, what do I end up with? Am I even going to be able to do it? Where's that? Your videos. I need to go to that, and then ads. No, I need to go here. Turn that off. We're live. Is this random live chat? It is. There's no. I need to go here. Turn that off. We're live. Is this random live chat? It is. There's no. And that's how delayed we are. That's how delayed we are. Yeehaw. And that's how delayed we are. Yeehaw. Right, so I've got that to deal with. That's probably why I'm slow reading your comments, yeah. Funny enough, I have found out that quite a few of the planes I am interested just have large bungee cords for suspension. Nice. 10 seconds-ish. Yeah, all of the delay. It's lag. It's like, yeah. It's a cappuccino with a TD04. None of those people are going to watch this, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The beer is good. How is your pocket whiskey going? And I have to wait for you to be able to hear that so that I can get a response. Wondering how your pocket whiskey's going. What else do I actually have? There's not really anything else. Oh, I got a message. I don't really have anything else to talk about on the fly. So I will end the chat I will end the live if there are no other things you guys would like to talk about. Oh, wow, it's 1 a.m. I should probably do that anyway. I'm getting messages. Check your line. Okay. I'll check it. It was you. And no. Oh, there they are. Pocket whiskey. Hey, you got your pocket whiskey in a stubby holder. That's pretty cool. Can I show that online? Can I show that? I think that'll be alright. As long as I hide your name. There we go. Yeah, I can do that. Let's, wait, I need to change the screen so that I can see live. There we go. That's pretty cool. Pocket whiskey in a stubby holder. Rad. Rad, rad, rad. I approve. I messaged Ben and I don't think he's even read it. No, hasn't read it, so dunno. No idea. How your alto would look on the looks. What skirt bollocks? Oh, so what are my plans with the alto? I have the takeoff rear wing. I'm thinking of using that, like the takeoff roof wing, I am thinking about using that. I still have those clear tail lights. I don't think I'm going to use them. I tried to sell them. It didn't. The transaction didn't go through, so I've still got them. I'll probably sell them and just use regular tail lights. As far as aero goes, I don't know. I'm not in a huge hurry for that. I might leave the outside of the car as is, make the inside really nice and the engine bay really nice, and just leave the outside kind of scruffy. Make sure it's painted so it won't rust, but leave it kind of scruffy. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. I haven't decided. That's so far down the track. I hope beyond hope that the intake manifold for the carry truck gets finished. I get that, and then I'm neck deep in carry truck and cappuccino content. I hope that the Alteza plateaus to the point where the modifications become optional rather than optimal, if that makes any sense. But until then, I'm not going to be looking at Alto Aero. It's the absolute least of my worries. Wheels too. I've got a bunch of different wheels. Wheel options already. Wait, do I? In a 4x100. Maybe I don't. Anyway. The wheels that are on it will be fine. They'll work. So, yeah, aero's the least of my concerns. Speaking of alcohol, I found out that one of the most popular gun oils, Ballistol, makes a schnapps. Well, nice. I like live sport lip and skirts. Will come later. Yeah. Yep. Live sport's alright. Sure. I don't really have any problem with any. There's one set of aero for the Alto that I don't really like, but I can't remember the name of it. It's just weird. If Nostalgic Boy was still in here, he would know straight away which aero I'm talking about. But yeah, no, I don't know what. I can't remember the name of it. And they made an energy. So apparently Ballistol made an energy drink too. Interesting. Takeoff. I know those guys. You know those guys. I'm not surprised that you know the Takeoff guys. You know everybody. I don't know anybody. Just a bit lowered maybe. Yeah, I mean, absolute. The Alto will get suspension, but what suspension? Who knows? Probably not coilovers, but maybe coilovers. I don't know. It's going to be four-wheel drive, so that kind of limits what I can put in the front. It'll have to be Alto of some description. Maybe Wagon R. Wagon R would fit, I think. But I probably can't use like Sylvia or something like that. That shit's going up in price anyway. Probably better to stay with Alto stuff, honestly. Spielding, is that what it is? Spielberg, something like that. I know that none of the big names make suspension for that car anymore. I'd like to actually see if HA36 stuff fits. It might. Then you open the door, other options. You sell heaps to them. Really? To take off. Huh. Interesting. Oh, you're there, Nobu. You are there. You've been gone for a while, huh, nostalgic boy? We were talking about, I forget what we were talking about now. We're talking about something I didn't know the answer to it, but I was sure you would. But you were gone. Nobu. Maybe, it might be Nobu. It's the one that's all sort of bubbly looking. It just doesn't seem to work. The old Makita lowering kit for the alto. Yeah. I've got a Hitachi lowering kit, ready to go for the alto, but I don't think I'm going to fit it. Are you working on your video? Well, I'm glad to hear that you're working on your video. Get that finished as soon as possible. Oh, could you tell us what the video's about? Because I'd like to know. I never know what your next video is going to be, because it's all, your topics are all over the place. Yeah, kind of like mine. Who else have we got in here at the moment? There's still 10 people in the, like, watching, but it was about the Alteza, but I ended up driving into a verge. What the hell is a verge? It was about the Alteza, but I ended up driving into a verge. What do you mean, driving into a verge? I don't know what that means. Ripped the front lip off. Oh, fuck, you crashed it? Come on, man. I'm glad you're working on Pocket Whiskey, too. Although, I think, I haven't, just constructive criticism, I think that Pocket Whiskey is, I think it should start paying rent. It's been here a long time. Just saying. A muddy verge. It's like a muddy verge. I don't know what a verge is, so adding the word muddy before verge doesn't help clarify what a verge is. No, I was trying to park it up for pics and drove straight into a verge. I still don't know what a verge is, though. It was hella foggy. Virgin. Bob's and Virgin. Like a pile of mud. Okay, cool. So you drove into a pile of mud. Rad. Oh my god, this is so... Wait, maybe... Real time for this video isn't that far off where the chat is, but my video on YouTube Studio is hella delayed. I only just held up my phone for the Pocket Whiskey on my screen for the YouTube live display. So I've got 3 different timelines here. Good morning, Brian. What are we chatting about in here today? We've chatted about a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. No, it's fast, he says. I'll write something and I'll read it as soon as I can see it. Do that. Or what about if I say a word and then you guys write it as fast as you can, and then I'll be able to see exactly how long the delay is. Like if I was to say pony. There it is. Got it. Okay, so there's that much delay. 10 seconds or something, or several hours. But Brian, I'm drinking. About 5 seconds. Laughed my ass off. Alright, cool. Pony. I don't know why pony. Why pony? I don't know. Tonight I'm drinking Sapporo Extra Brew, and I just noticed I forgot to do this. Isn't even plugged in. It's not even plugged in. Jesus, look at this. There's a lot of money in that. What happens if I put... My on-air sign isn't plugged in, so I can't do that. What if I do this? Does this... Do anything? Ooh. That kind of... Does that change? I don't know. I'm blind from looking at it, though. A whole lot of dots. Today's broadcast is not brought to you by Sapporo Extra Brew, but it could be if they reach out. Pony. The multiple delays are what's known as YouTube AIDS. In a way, you're right. Ads. Fuck's sake. You got ads. Tell me what the ad is. Tell me what the ad is. You have to tell me what the ad is. If you've got ads, tell me what the ad is so we can give it shit. Weird, I have a longer video delay than Brian. I'm not surprised. Outstanding. It's 8 a.m. here, but that sounds great. Pony. Wow. Patrick's delayed. Pony. Patrick's got a 10-minute delay over here. I have to go and feed the sheep. That sounds like a metaphor for something, but I know you actually have sheep, so you need to do that. The ad was showing a dude swapping a Hayabusa engine into a cappuccino. What if I do this? It's about as useful as swapping a Hayabusa engine in here. Just swap a Hayabusa into it. It's easy. Patrick's got the Internet Explorer lag. Fun stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Liam. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your sheep feeding. I hope you have a great day. Is the delay also different by country? It could be. It could very well be. Super Helpful's in the US. Nostalgic Boy's in the UK. Brian's in the US. Patrick is in... Where the hell are you, Patrick? Are you in You're in the Netherlands, right? Is that right? I think Patrick's in the Netherlands. Amsterdam. Yep. Amsterdam. The Netherlands. I don't know anything about the Netherlands other really much at anything at all. We crashed the Hayabusa car at Suzuki yesterday. Ooh. Well, see, this is why we don't put Hayabusas in things, because they crash. No, it's not because they crash. It's just because it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit in the cappuccino properly. Just leave it. Just leave it. It's fine, as is. I think it's time for a roll call. If you're still watching at this point, you should go to the chat and write. Well, we tried pony. How many ponies did we get? We got a few ponies. Nostalgic Boy had the first pony. What if we do a banana roll call? Write banana in the chat. Why not? Oh, a friend of mine moved to Japan to teach English last month, but dude's in Okayama. Fucking why Okayama? Right, whatever. Everyone in here, other countries have Kei cars as well. Yeah, well, Patrick's got one of the nicest cars, one of the nicest Altos in existence, and he's in the Netherlands. So, yeah. Check Juiced Klein. Europapa, our entry to the European Song Contest. You'll love it. Is it about alcohol? It's got to be. It's got to be a song about alcohol and hookers. It just has to be. Pony, banana. Banana roll cage. Right. That's a roll call. Was doing a 2-minute 30 lap before crash. I don't know if that's fast or not. No idea. Banana. It's weird. The song. Hashtag the song. Juiced Klein. Europapa. I'm getting a message. I wonder if that's from somebody in the chat. Just, if you have a message for me, write it in the chat. I'm going to check. Who was it? It was you. Hey, what? You've only drove... Do you think that's a good effort? Honestly, I need to change the windows. Do you think that's good? Is that good enough? I mean, if you've got work tomorrow, so fair enough. You've got work tomorrow. All right. Okay. GT3 Porsche fast. Wait, I skipped something. Did I tell you I bought a Tommy Kyra M13? I don't know what a Tommy Kyra M13 is. GT3 Porsche fast. GT3 RS. It's just a Porsche. It's a Euro car. I don't know anything about it. I'm getting more messages. Wait, did you just send me a photo of it? Hey! Dude's like, challenge accepted. Just polish the bottle off real quick. It's 17 minutes. He sent me that in 17 minutes. So that's, I mean, half a bottle in 17 minutes. Yep, okay. It's a K11 Nissan March with cool things. K11's a good March? Yeah. It's getting hard to read the chat, honestly. Someone will have a good day tomorrow. I mean, it depends how much water and hydration you do before you hit the sack, I guess. A K11 March with cool things on it. Sounds like a good time to me, especially if it's got performance of a Porsche. Hard to hate on that. I've kind of jumped on the whole. I don't know if you know, but I've got a Type R Integra that I'm taking care of at the moment, and I've driven that. That's where my hate for Tane suspensions come from, because it's got those in it and it's just trash. But it really has sent me, or opened my eyes to the K20 engine. Nice. It's a DC5 for those wondering. It's in the backyard. I've driven it 2 or 3 times, but it's probably out of the box stock. It's probably as fast as the Alteza. So, K-swap the Alteza? No. You're old. You need glasses. I do. Well, no. I don't know if I need glasses or not. I might. I've got one. But I'm fine drinking from cans. I don't need glasses. Ugh. A game. The K20 is amazing. It is. Tane equals too hard. I think Tane just equals low quality. It's cheap. Dunno. What's next for the Alteza? Next for the Alteza is more adjustment of the ITBs and then computer setting. Setting that computer. As I said earlier, If you like this live chat is over 3 hours long, but if you go back and watch it, there's a lot of information in it in that 3 hours. So if you have the time, go back and have a look. I would really like to do the engine mounts and suspension bushes, but as I said before, it's just a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. The main thing is that the yen is so rooted that just buying, because the engine mounts and the best suspension bushes are made in Europe, and the euro is doing really well, and the yen is up the shit. So it's like $2,000 for engine mounts and suspension bushes, and no, I can't. Sorry, no. That I need to do that for. I want to do that for the Alteza. I know that the engine mounts aren't very good, and I know that the suspension bushes are old as Methuselah. But yeah, I've got next things for the Alteza. I do have a GP Sports catalytic converter that needs to go in, but before I can do that, I have to record this. What's the sound like, man? I have to do that first. Record the sound. What does it sound like before and after? Like you change your catalytic converter to a sports cat for the sound. Okay. Only just occurred to me that I should buy a sound meter for that video. Yeah, because then I'd actually be able to quantify it, what the sound difference is, drive along with it as it is, then drive along with it swapped to the GP Sports and see how many decibel change it is. That's a good idea. Right, so that's going to delay that video because I need to save up to buy a sound pressure meter. Then I have to figure out where I'm going to attach that to on the car, I guess. And then I need to figure out where I'm going to put the Rode microphone to get the best sound so that it's not all, not too much wind and no distortion. So it's not as simple as one might think. Or maybe I'm just overthinking it. Yeah. Send you the file. Yeah. I'll get round to it when I've got something that's worth, like, because I'm changing things at the moment. There's no point me sending anybody the file, because if you adjust something in the file, when I change the cat, it's going to need changing again anyway, possibly. At the moment, on the quad throttle bodies, if I move the throttle wheel with my hand, open it, and then close it, I can actually feel it binding towards the closed position. So I need to fix that before because at the moment, like, spoiler alert, because I did a video on it, if you use your foot, wild concept, on the throttle pedal and you drive normally, you tend to take your foot off the pedal gently, right? If you do that, then the throttles are jamming themselves open slightly, each one more than the last one. If you snap your foot off the pedal springs up, hits, and the throttle wheel snaps closed. It snaps the throttle closed. Now all of them close the same amount. So if you tune it so that when they're all snapped closed, when you actually drive the car, the AFR readings are completely different. So I need to fix that so they're all smooth before I even bother with anything else. Okay? If you tune it with the pipe across filter off, and then you put the pipe across filter on, you can see it on the AFR meter. You can actually see it. Very interesting. That was a weird rant. Beet bushes come from Australia. Now, best bushes come from Australia? Well, not for the Alteza, they don't. They come from Europe. Oh, yeah, but, sorry, the Nostalgic Boy just said, you should hear mine. It's so nice, even though it's just got an intake and exhaust. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any problem with the way the Alteza sounded stock. I like that raspy note that it's got stock. I never had a problem with that. It's a very, very different sound now. Would I say it's better? It just sounds like a different car. It doesn't sound like an Alteza anymore. I get more looks now. Is that a good thing? Not if you're trying to be inconspicuous. No. No, it's not. Sound meter. I'll download one to your phone. Nice idea. Dave, where'd you get all your car knowledge from? Pulling things apart. And there's this new thing that people like to say, and it's called parroting. Parroting is where you hear something from someone else, and then you say that same thing to somebody else. So you hear it from someone, and you say it to someone else as fact. And now that's called parroting. Back in my day, that was called learning something and then sharing knowledge. Now it's called parroting. So if you talk cappuccino stuff, I'm parroting from Andy Milne, Dave Mochnik, I always butcher his name. I can see his name written on the screen, but it's not coming out. Steve Hole was another one I learned from. Cappuccino. There's another guy, at least one other guy, but his name's not coming to me. I can picture his name on the screen, but the letters are all messed up. No. Mostly people from the UK or Australia, people that have actually done the tests, blown things up, whatever else. Andy Milne is a walking, talking, parts diagram service manual. He can tell you what page of the service manual you need to check if you want to look and to test the ISCV. So as far as cappuccino, that's where all that came from. 90% of it. The other 10% was from buying a cappuccino and pulling it apart, or buying engines for people, pulling them apart and sending them the pieces. How did, the knowledge, I did the F6A engine myth busted. How did I know that the engines weren't the same? I don't remember how I figured that out. It might have been, I was putting F6A twin cam into my carry truck, and the carry truck is F6A as well, but it's NA, and the blocks didn't look the same. So I knew there was two different ones, so I bought the third one to make that video. And then I was able to prove what I knew, because I went to Daikoku Futo and I was talking to some alto guy, and he was like, "Oh, all F6A blocks are the same," and I'm like, "No, they're not." And he's like, "Yeah, they are," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right, fair enough." So I made the video with video proof that no, they're fucking not. So that's where that came from. Which knowledge exactly do you want to know about? It's like having an Aussie accent and impatience goes hand in hand. No, I wouldn't say that. My old man has extreme amounts of patience. Yeah. No. Impatience and the Aussie accent don't necessarily go hand in hand at all. You can get very... It's still really freaking cold in here. I'm shivering. The Australian accent and impatience don't go hand in hand. It's just me. There's some acronym causing that, and I don't particularly know which one it is. It might be an ADD. It might be a CPR. I don't know, but there's definitely an acronym behind it. The binding is a soft stop. Actually, it's not. It's not supposed to do that. On one side of the throttle, it's got... Well, let's talk about throttle one. It's got the wheel. On the other side, the bar that holds the butterfly protrudes out the other end, and there's a wheel with a 90-degree arm off it, and that bolts onto the shaft of the butterfly. What Panic are saying is maybe that's been bolted on too close to the throttle body itself, and it's binding on the throttle body. Once it gets hot, shit expands, and it's rubbing on the throttle body housing itself. There's not enough clearance. That would definitely do it. Maybe that's what it is. That makes sense. No idea. I don't think anybody else has ever complained about this, so people just throw throttle bodies on and ITBs on and then run them. They don't care about any of this shit. So nobody even knows. Nobody cares to look. It works. Yay, I have the dorts. It makes the powers at the watts, at the wide open throttles. It makes the powers. And that's all they care about. Oh, you don't need it to... What do you need it to idle for? It's a race car. Yep. That's another rant. Oh, the inside of my ear is... All in here is itchy because of the hay fever. Horrible. Thoughts on piggyback ECUs. Is that something I should be looking into for the Alto? Looks like the eManage can support mine, maybe. I see a lot of people who are doing an N2 or a F100 ECU and then an eManage on top of that to deal with fuel with going dumb turbos. But if you're looking at under 130 horsepower, in my opinion, you don't need a piggyback. If you're going 120 horsepower, you definitely don't need a piggyback. I would go a fuel pressure regulator and an AFR gauge, but a piggyback, nah, you don't need it, in my opinion. What? I find it hard to spread some things. What? Because some people say things that are not fact. They know. They're parroting, or I'm having a hard time reading. This alcohol's working. Yeah, well, that's the thing, Patrick. People will just say shit whether they know or not, whether it makes sense or not. And I guess I don't claim to know anything, as far as I know. Maybe I have in the past. If I've pulled it apart myself and I know, then I know. But people don't like being wrong. I don't mind being wrong as long as you can show me this is why you're wrong. Here it is right here. The can's made of fucking aluminium, Dave. It's not made of steel like somebody told you. Here, it's aluminium. I can show you. We can melt it. Here's a video of it melting down at this temperature. If it was steel, it would melt at this temperature. I like facts. I don't mind being wrong if I can be proved wrong and there's evidence that it's wrong. But there are so, like, I spent so many days, months, years weeding out people on the cappuccino groups who would come in and say, you should just Hayabusa swap it. It's so easy. Or, no, I loaded the F6A specs into some program that I use for my work, and we can easily get 300 or 400 horsepower out of this motor. You watch me, I'll show you. I know what I'm talking about. I do it for a job. And it's like, nah, no. It's not going to happen. Oh, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. I do it for my job. I'm going to put a TDO4 on this and it's going to make all this power and da-da-da. I've done the math. No, it's been done. People have done it. I'm not like... is it parroting? Or have I just listened to the correct people? I don't know. How do I so knowledgeable? I'm not. There you go. I'm not. Type problems above. That's why I don't always answer in the alto groups because of my tequila syndrome. I forget if it's correct. I've stopped answering on all of Facebook, if you hadn't noticed. I just don't go on there anymore. It's not worth... Even though I'm correct, people will focus on my delivery of the fact that I was correct and say that I'm a dickhead because of the way I answered. Well, maybe you just read it that way. Maybe I was having a bad day because 7 other people had done it this week, written the same thing this week, and I was just overly annoyed when I got to yours. Like, trying to get people to put a price and a location on a for sale ad. How are you going to sell something if you don't have a price and a location? You should just assume that I'm local to you. Or make me an offer. Or I'll give you $1. Oh, that's fucking low, mate. I'm insulted. Then put a fucking price on it. So the amount of hours, weeks, months, years I put into the cappuccino page, and then I realized that it's all for nothing, because these people don't appreciate that. You ban all the idiots from your group, they just go and start their own group. Okay. So why bother? Like, I just can't be bothered anymore. I post on YouTube, little bit on Instagram, but Facebook, there's nothing in it for me anymore. I don't get there's no dopamine hit for answering someone's question, so I don't get that. Certainly not monetary if I answer someone's question on Facebook. Yeah, so there's just no reason to be on Facebook anymore for me. The best thing you do with an e-manage is to put it under a car wheel to stop it from rolling away. I mean, you say that, but it works. If you're never wrong, you will never learn. 100%. 100%. If you don't admit your mistakes, you can't move forward either. That's part of the YouTube too. My mistakes are all in there. We're human. We make mistakes. If you were to watch some of these other YouTube channels, and then you tried to work on your own car, and you started making mistakes, you'd feel like a fucking idiot, because they never make mistakes. But everyone makes mistakes. So be proud of your mistakes. As my dad would say, make your mistakes as cheap as possible. So you're going to make mistakes. Try not to spend too much money on each mistake you're going to make. So if you want to learn how to weld an exhaust pipe, don't start with a $3,000 exhaust pipe. You should probably start with a $20 one until you know what you're doing, as an example. What's the Facebook thing you're talking about? It's just people. I'm still admin of groups, and then weeding out people who come in just to spout bullshit is taxing on the brain, basically. That's what that Facebook talk was about. From a time ago. Yeah, from some time ago. Yeah, you should just Hayabusa swap it. People would come into the Cappuccino group and go, why are you losers all fucking around with the stock engine when the Hayabusa is so easy to swap in? I could swap that in for $500. You can't even buy pistons for an F6A for $500. You guys are idiots. Like, you can buy a whole Hayabusa bike and everything else, and then you just swap it in for $500. Like, you guys are morons. What are you doing? You're wasting your time with the stock engine. It's too slow. It doesn't make any power. You're never going to make over 100 horsepower with that engine. It only makes 64. Like, useless engine. Shit engine. Then you get the other people that come in and say that I've done the research. I can make 300 to 400 horsepower with the standard engine in a Cappuccino because I used to work on GTRs. All my experiences in Skylines. I built this one, and they'll share all photos of their Skyline builds from the shop that they worked on inside the Cappuccino group. And it's like, you're breaking the rule of share only Cappuccino content by sharing all of this shit to pump your chest out on something that's completely irrelevant. You get two ends of the spectrum. People that are like, that engine's shit, you're never going to be able to do anything with it, you need to swap to the Hayabusa. And you get the people that come in and say, you're all idiots, how come you can't get more horsepower out of this engine? Why don't you swap to this gearbox? It'll fit. It won't. Yeah, it will. I've measured it. Really? You've measured it. Okay. Cool. And then the adapter plate. Oh, I've got a mate that can see that, so that's free. Right. And that's a viable solution for everybody else. How? Shit like that. Just dealing with people like that. All of those people, all of those combined people that I mentioned, it just has got me to the point where I couldn't be bothered being on Facebook anymore. Because there's just so many of them every day. Every day there's another one of... I can't believe that arsehole Dave deleted that fucking Kev guy. Oh, the drama that he caused by all of that shit. He posted, I can't even remember what he posted. He posted some bullshit. So Nostalgic Boy deleted it. And then he said that I deleted it. And I'm like, no, I didn't delete it at all. And it's like, this is ridiculous. The schoolboy bullshit. I didn't even fucking do this. And then he went on, like, the UK fucking Alto group and was saying that fucking dickhead Dave deleted my post and he wants me to write it all out again. What a fuckhead. And then he drummed up support in that group. So I put in the actual group on Facebook, despite what this dude is saying, I didn't delete his post. And then he like removed himself from Facebook, made some big public statement about how much of a dickhead I am, and then how, like, he's so sorry that he upset the Master Lord of Altos and all this other fucking drama bullshit. And really the straw that broke the camel's back, I can't be fucked with anybody there. No. I mean, just fucking... you're there. Yeah, you're there. Nostalgic Boy. You remember that shit? I mean, Brian, you're probably... You said you're there in the US. I am banned from the Cappuccino US group without ever having tried to join it because of Spencer Blackburn, the original admin. He tried to buy something from Yahoo Auction through me, and he wanted to use PayPal credit. And PayPal credit wouldn't work. Next minute, he's all over the Club America group saying that he's got this new guy in Japan who's doing parts for him, and he's much cheaper than David, he wrote. And then someone sent me a picture of it. And I'm like, dude, how come? Why would you mention me in that? Like, that's just rude. Why would you do that? And apparently he's told other mods that even though he sold his car, the one rule for the group is that I can never join. Okay. I mean, I'm not in America. I don't need to join that group. But it's a rule that I'm not allowed to. Cool. Yeah, so anyway, here in the US, we can import things that are 25 years old or more. Any cool, unique 99 or 2000K stuff we should be keeping an eye out for. DA52, Everys and Carries. They fly under the radar. They're the most... They're the model that just got overlooked. All the square stuff, super popular. The DA64, DA65, super popular. The DA62, 52 and 62 stuff really flew under the radar, and that's what I've got. I think it's actually the best looking shape. So that's what I'd be looking for, and it is. It's 98, 99, 2000. My van's a 99. My truck, I think my van's a 99. My truck's a 2000, I think. Or maybe they're both 99 and the silver one was a 2000. I don't know. Anyway, DA52, DA62 is what I would be looking at. Good one you stopped with. Says you a ton of energy for things and people you want. Yeah. What would you write? Dude blocked me on all social media for that, and I got bumped from the Alto Messenger chat. Yeah. Yep. Kev publicly started to drum up for support for what a dickhead I was for deleting his post on Facebook when I didn't even do it. And then Nostalgic Boy gets booted from the group for telling me that Kev did it. And then I get messages from people telling me that I'm a dickhead for calling Kev out in public. It was just a total fucking shitstorm of what the fuck. So, yeah, no, I just couldn't be bothered. No. You want to tell people bullshit about altos? Fine. Go for it. I guess the people that want to know the truth will... I don't know. I don't know what they'll do now, because I'm not there to stop the bullshit anymore. I did so much for so long. Anyway, yeah, even though I helped almost everyone out of that group, you helped everyone out in that group, and so did I. A few of them used to own cappuccinos, and I helped them with all kinds of information. But, nah, you get this one guy that comes in, new dude, spouting horse shit. Everyone suddenly believes it, and yeah, it's just crap. Couldn't be fucked. Geez, I remember that shit. Yep. Not being part of a Facebook group is probably making your life better. You see, you pointed that too. That point. I'm going to touch on that point as well. Yeah, you're right. Leaving the groups is fantastic for mental health. It really, really is. But you said the community. Dave doesn't give back to the community. Someone said that to me. Dave doesn't give back to the community. And what is the community? What is the community? First question. Second question. Giving back. To give back means you've gotten something. I've got nothing from the community. I listed the people who taught me the things that I know, and they know, at least I hope they know, that I appreciate the long conversations and information that they shared with me. But they're not the community. They don't comment anymore either, because they were sick of the bullshit long before I arrived. It's like I was telling everybody what they told me because they couldn't be bothered with these idiots anymore. Now I can't be bothered either. So now nobody's doing it. What is the community? To give back to the community, you have to get something from the community. And the cappuccino community has nothing to offer me. Views on YouTube, which they don't give me. I don't get, like, other cappuccino videos, 16,000 views, whatever else. None of mine ever get that much. So who do I have to give back to exactly? They just take. I've got nothing to give back. Because I've got nothing. You were looking at the Join Turbo DXX DA62. It is a K6A. It has a very similar drivetrain to my Alto. I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Really. Yeah. Nah. No. DA62 is K6A. Turbo. Arguably better than the DA52, but I prefer the DA52 because I like the F6A better. Having said that, the DA52 single cam turbo is not one of my favorite engines. I much prefer the DA52 single cam NA because it's less complex. I feel there are less things that can go wrong with it. Yes, it's less power, it's lower powered, but I mean, what are we talking here? They're not a rocket ship anyway. The DA62 is it's a 52 that's been modified. The firewall is different. It has a different radiator, different aircon, that sort of thing. The what else have we got in the 62 that's different? The gearbox is the same. The diff is the same. If it's a turbo, you want the turbo one in a DA62. The turbos do tend to shit themselves. So if you're buying one, keep that in mind, that you're probably gonna have to buy a turbo soon, rather than later. You say similar drivetrain, but the gearbox is different. The propeller shaft's different. The diff is different. Like everything in the driveline is completely different. The engine, is the engine the same? That I don't know. I know that the intake manifold, exhaust manifold are different. The turbo will be a different turbo. The alternator aircon is possibly different. It's possible, like, judging from the DA52, which I know really well, but the DA62 I don't know that well. On the turbo single cam every van, you get, it's not coil on plug, but it has individual coils that are off the plug, whereas the one in the HA11 isn't like that. And then if you look at the single cam NA, it's got coil on plug. Even though they went with a single cam turbo in my van, it uses a different ECU to the Alto, and all the plugs and everything are different. Doesn't even use the same plugs. So you can't take an HA11S, which is an F6A twin cam turbo, F6A single cam turbo. You can't plug that into the Every, even though it's the same engine, same sensors, same everything else. They chose to use different plugs. So it's the same. Unless you pull it apart and look at it, I would assume that everything is different. Flywheel will be different, 100%, because it's different. It's round the wrong way. Clutch. The clutch is probably the same as a cappuccino, not the same as an Alto. Probably a cappuccino clutch. They are slightly different. Yeah, the speed meter. Yeah, about that. The community is the ones that drive their cars for everyday, appreciating that thanks to you, I could. Correction. We couldn't make this possible without you. It would have plants in it. I mean, I don't know, Patrick. I'd like to think that my time on Facebook wasn't all for nothing, but when you leave for 5 minutes and then it's all just full of people saying things with no proof of what they're saying, you realize that what you did was probably all for nothing. It was okay while you were there, and as soon as you leave, I mean, people can't even... Location and price, people. A location and price. If you're trying to sell something, put a location and a price. DM for price. No, fuck off. If you want to sell it here, put a price. DM for price. I don't want to have a conversation with you to find out how much the price is. Then I'm going to have to start another thread to ask if this price is too high for that item. If you put $7,000 on an N2 ECU, then the thread will tell you whether your price is too high. You don't DM someone and try and screw them out of $7,000 for it. If they're an idiot, they'll take it. If they're not, they'll go back to the same group and go, do you think this is worth $7,000? And everyone in there will go, fuck no. It's why just cut the middleman out and write your price and... Holy fuck, it's 2 a.m. I guess I meant the K6A basically. Yeah, well, I mean, is the K6A even the same? I don't know, because there's at least 3 different K6As. I know that. At least 3. Because the K6A that's in the EA21R isn't the same as the K6A that's in the HA22S. Because that's got two K6As in it. One of them's got VVT, the other one doesn't, but they don't have the same head. The Cappuccino and the HA22S, I'm pretty sure the head is different. And then you've got the Jimny, like the JA22 Jimny, and I'm pretty sure that's got coil on plug, and that's a different head as well. And then the JA23 I think's different again. So I don't know. I don't know. I haven't pulled them apart to look at them. So I don't know. Is it the same? Might be similar. No idea. Yeah, I mean, at Patrick, I really appreciate the people that I talk to. I appreciate all of the people that have joined and follow the Facebook, no, not the Facebook, the YouTubes, the Instagrams, the people that I've met through Gaijin in a Car, the messenger chats. It's all really great. There's just a percentage of people that I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, they say that if you're not, you know you're in front when you're getting backstabbed because they're behind you. And you can't be successful without haters. And that haters have one job to do, and that's hate. So let them do their job. But, you know, it's still... Yeah, my community. The Garage Kei community. The community that I can actually control. Why is it called Garage Kei when you do Altezza stuff and not K-Car stuff? That's a common question. There's no hate attached with that. It's a good question, actually. Yeah, it is. I try to do more K stuff. I need to do more Kei stuff. I think that Sunny Truck's gone to bed, and I think that the two gentlemen, I think they were gentlemen, I never actually asked, who became members tonight, I think they're gone as well, Double Romp and Geomatic. Thank you very much for joining. Low Salary came in and asked one question and then vanished. Yeah, Pio did that as well. One question then vanished. It has been lovely chat. I'm glad I got to talk to a bunch of different people, and I think that's because I was live for quite a long time, which is good. Touched on a bunch of topics. I hope I didn't make anybody mad with any of those comments. It's not my intent. It's just my experience. Maybe my own frustration came out. So yeah, maybe it reflects more on me than it does on you. Who knows? Because we really all should be able to control our emotions and not let our emotions get the better of us and say things that might upset other people, right? So yeah, it was not my intention to upset anybody. But yeah, just my experience. But yeah, I think it's after 2 a.m. and I probably should get some sleep. I will get some editing done tomorrow and hopefully have another video for you again soon, very shortly. I'm not sure what the next one will be on. We've got 2. Well, I can find out. Why not? I'll go have a look. Click that. And then it looks to be Alteza related. Yep. Next one is going to be... Oh, I'm doing that. Next one is Alteza related. Looks to be... Ooh. There's two Alteza ones. One of them is big. Or is it 3? There's 3 Altezas. The next 3 Alteza video. The next 3 videos will be on Alteza. One of them's a pretty big video. That might even slip into 2 videos. That might be 4 videos on Alteza. Then we go to... that's the pre-cappuccino videos. So we're not that far away from cappuccino content. However, I really should... I went to that cappuccino meeting in February, and I really should fast-track that footage because I guess if I release it in like 6 months, it's no longer really relevant. It'd be still interesting, I suppose, but not really relevant. I wanted to share some of that footage with the organizers too, so maybe I should move that up in priority so that they can have the footage in a timely manner as well. Something to think about. Also, the Gaijin in a car, I'd like to fast track that so that there's a variety of different things to watch and not just 7 videos of Alteza and nothing and no variety, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I think that's it. Thank you everybody who tuned in for watching. Thank you to the 2 gentlemen who joined and became members. Thanks for all the questions. Thanks for the good times. I'll see you... No, I won't. You'll see me very soon on the YouTubes. So, it is good night from me. And I need to figure out how to turn this off, which is going to be... Night, broski. Thank you very much, Daniel. Good night, nostalgic boy. Thank you very much, Patrick. Talk to you later, Brian. Miguel just arrived. Oh no, you were watching. Miguel. Sorry to leave just as you arrive. My bad. Go back. It'll be live. You'll be able to watch the whole thing on YouTube. So go check out from beginning to end if you have the time. But it is after 2 and I need to get to bed. So I'm clicking the end stream button now. And then I need to, your stream will stop immediately and you will no longer be live. Okay, and good night, everyone.